Genesis project is the first ecosystem restoration camp in the Philippines and only the third in Asia. They are part of a growing movement of around 40 camps around the world, working collectively to repair broken ecosystems at a global scale. This camp uses bamboo as an essential tool for restoration, not only through bamboo afforestation, but through the entire bamboo life cycle. They have the largest bamboo nursery in Bohol with over 10,000 seedlings of economically and ecologically valuable bamboo varieties, such as giant bamboo, guadua, drought-resistant bamboo, among many others. Majority of their high-quality seedlings were propagated direct from seed, thus ensuring that they can reach their maximum lifespan upon maturity. But where will these seedlings go? Some will be sold through their nursery shop. Some will be planted for their own sustainable supply of timber. But many will play an important role in land restoration. This entire property has a master plan for ecological regeneration. The right species will be planted at the right place to fulfill the right functions in every zone, such as groundwater recharge, fencing and windbreak, production and harvesting, erosion control. They will not be planted in monoculture plantations, but instead create complex, biodiverse, and fully functioning ecosystems, while providing economic value and shelter at the same time. Upon maturity, they will be harvested for construction. Future structures will be built with the bamboo harvested on site. Not only will they blend seamlessly with their surroundings, these structures will also integrate with the site's functioning ecology, while built through carbon-negative construction. And how will they know? Because they will measure ecological improvements over time. They have been partnering with researchers and the academe to take site baseline data and positive ecological impacts on a range of metrics, such as carbon sequestration, soil health and fertility, watershed health and groundwater recharge, and increased biodiversity. Not only do they aim to close the whole bamboo life cycle in one site, but they will actively heal and restore nature while doing it, thus trailblazing new pathways to truly sustainable development.
Philippines, a land rich in culture and beautiful music, lively, meaningful, extraordinary, coursing through their veins the harmonies of their rituals and the tempo of their everyday lives. With the goal of preserving our indigenous music and help the country's creative industry, the DOST Forest Products Research and Development Institute launched the Bamboo Musical Instruments Innovation Research and Development Program. A higher demand for bamboo musical instruments is anticipated due to their inclusion in the K-12 music curriculum. The problem, however, is that some locally made bamboo musical instruments are not well crafted and easily attacked by powder post beetles and fungal stain and rot, and thus suffer from poor sound quality. And when sound quality suffers, so does appreciation for our indigenous music. The Bamboo Musical Instruments Innovation R&D program aims to use science to upgrade the quality of our bamboo musical instruments in terms of processing, durability, playability, aesthetics, and sound quality. The program follows these stages of innovation: discovering, development, and deployment. It also targets to document the cultural or heritage stories behind selected bamboo musical instruments, identify the bamboo species used, and analyze how value is created in the bamboo musical instruments industry. When these objectives are attained, it is hoped that the raw materials base for musical instruments making will broaden and the Philippine indigenous bamboo music promoted. Because bamboo musical instruments are susceptible to insect and fungal attacks that mar their appearance and resonance, thereby lowering their economic value, the program is developing technologies to protect them from these agents of biodeterioration. The latest techniques and computational models will be applied to standardize the design and production of select bamboo musical instruments that meet the desired sound qualities. Outputs of the program will be showcased in the Bamboo Musical Instruments Processing Facility with a mini museum. The facility will allow students, ethnic music enthusiasts, and the public to appreciate bamboo musical instruments, our heritage, as well as the technologies that will improve them. Generating information and developing SMT innovations to extend the service life of BMIs. Developing prototypes and standardizing the BMI making process. Preserving our indigenous music to support the country's creative industry. This is the Bamboo Musical Instruments Innovation, Research and Development Program. Science in a creative industry.
Minimiti ko ang kawayan.
Ang halamang aking pinagsibol.
Tahanan ng aking lahi.
Inukukup ako at tinutulong.
Sa aking kabuhayan.
Kaunlaran at kinabukasan.
Pangarap ko ang kapanganan ng yaman.
Diringgin ko ang payo ng inang kalikasan.
Susundin ko ang katutubong tuntun. Tutuparin ko ang kukulit.
Pagmamayan ng makapal.
Nag-aaruga na iisa ang nagalang buong katapatan.
Panata ko, ialay ang aking lakas.
Pangarap at pag-isipan sa bayan kong Pilipinas.
Digital engineering is about connecting the present with the future, the digital world with the physical, connecting possibility with reality. Most of all, it's about bringing value to our clients. The projects we work on are exciting and will impact the future of Sydney for years to come. So getting the best outcome calls for working in a smarter way. We aim to have a partnership with our clients. It's not about building something and walking away. It's thinking about an end-to-end solution. What needs can we foresee and how can we put in place a reliable process now that will keep adding value in future? GHD is pioneering workflows which we expect will become industry standards in future. Digital models are built and stored in the cloud for always-on access to teams around the globe. Workflows assign tasks to people, set deadlines and track costs against a work breakdown structure. Multiple disciplines review a federated model at the same time, resulting in better projects that are coordinated, cost-effective and developed with stakeholder investment in mind. The transparency this offers our clients is extremely powerful in fostering trust and communication. Taking a measure twice, cut once approach saves millions across planning and construction. Changes to a digital model are faster and provide a better coordinated design for our clients. Data and project priorities are thus what drive decision making. Ultimately, technology is just an enabler for the inspiration that comes from people, and it's the fresh thinking of our staff that we want to support. We want to unlock notions of what's possible and challenge the expectations of what's an acceptable standard. It's a great way for young people starting out in their careers to contribute because the model shows you what will be in lifelike detail. In the same way, it connects clients dynamically with their future project because they can see and interact with it in real time.
Physical consultants, providing expert advice for geophysical and geotechnical exploration carried out in the mining, metal sector of the materials market and energy market. Provide a wide range of geophysical and geotechnical services to environmental groundwater and engineering industries. Long-term experience in base metal exploration, pottery gold, and copper exploration, geophysical data processing, and modeling services. We have a wealth of international survey experience over the past 2 decades. Over 28 countries in some of the most remote and challenging environments. Our services: geophysical project design, field acquisition, field supervision, processing and modeling, data interpretation, induced polarization surveys, transient electromagnetic surveys, ground magnetic surveys, unmanned aerial vehicle magnetic service, downhole surveys, radiometric surveys, resistivity surveys, seismic surveys, hostile geophysical consultants.
The Philippine Mining Club and the Philippine Infrastructure and Construction Club are professional networking forums bringing industries together and creating opportunities for the Philippine mining and infrastructure and construction industries. Networking is about giving, not taking. It is about forming trust and helping one another toward mutual goals, regularly engaging with your contacts, and finding opportunities to strengthen relationships. Networking is a great opportunity to exchange best practice knowledge, learn about the business techniques of your peers, and stay abreast of the latest industry developments. Opportunities like partnerships, invitations to events, introductions, and giving talks and presentations bring challenges that benefit and feed your career, professional development, and personal interests. Gaining the advice of experienced peers is an important benefit of networking.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Kevin Lewis, and I hope you all have an enjoyable and informative time with us today. So, ladies and gentlemen, please allow me to say a few words about our MC today, Attorney Leo Dominguez. Ladies and gentlemen, Leo, for people who have been in the mining industry, our MC needs no introduction. Suffice to say that Leo is a recognised figure and a friend to the Philippine mining industry and is a man of many talents and responsibilities. A lawyer by training, Leo was previously a partner with Quisombe Torres, a member firm of Baker McKenzie International, where he headed its energy and mining and infrastructure practices group. He retired from the law firm in 2010 and soon after set up his own consulting firm called Ollie Consulting Group, of which he is president and principal. Ollie Consulting Group provides high-level advice on strategic finance and business development in the industries of agriculture, mining, infrastructure, renewable energy, food, beverage and packaging, hospitality and tourism, among others. Ladies and gentlemen, can I get you all to put your hands together and we'll introduce Mr. Leo Dominguez. Thank you very much.
Leo.
Yeah, Job. What line does that come in?
First line, sir.
Line 1. So right before 1 is the so then I come in with line 10.
Line 10, yes, sir.
Okay. Do you want me to speak now and rehearse that part, or are we going to just read through? Do we have time?
We're live now, sir.
Oh.
Go ahead, sir. It's okay.
Good afternoon, everyone. Sorry about that. I thought we were still practicing. I hope everyone is doing well. Before we proceed to our speakers, we have a few house rules. First, we will be issuing a certificate of attendance to each attendee. You can request a copy from our Miss Joan Falcutela. For your questions addressed to our speaker, please type them in the Q&A or chat box at the bottom of the screen. Please indicate to whom you're directing the questions. The MC will read them out to our speakers after all speakers have made their presentations during the Q&A session. A copy of the presentations will be available after the summit. So now let us start the program with a prayer played from a bamboo flute by John Benedict Oliveros. He is a member of the Kawayan 7 Modern Bamboo Band and King Flute, Philippines. And this will be followed by the playing of the Philippine National Anthem by the DOST FPRDI Himig Agham Kawayan Band. Thank you very much, John Benedict Oliveros, a member of the Kawayan 7 Modern Bamboo Band and the King Flute Philippines. Thank you also to the Philippine National National Anthem played by the DOST FPRDI Himig Agham Kawayan Band. Before we start with the welcome addresses, allow me to say a few words about this summit. Ladies and gentlemen, may I request you to focus on these words. Let us plant bamboo with the end in mind. I'll say it again. Let us plant bamboo with the end in mind. Why are these words relevant to our summit today? Soon after Secretary Cimatu assumed his position as Secretary of the DNR in 2018, he met with the mining industry through the Philippine Mining Luncheon, which I emceed. And in his message, it was very clear that he mandated the mining industry to reinvent itself. Secretary Cimatu has mandated the mining industry to reinvent itself. How will the mining industry reinvent itself? The answer is by planting bamboo in their mined out areas, even in the areas within their tenement that is outside of their actual mine sites. What would this achieve? First, it will help the DNR meet its commitment to plant 1 million hectares of bamboo for climate change mitigation, because the mining industry will add hectarage to that commitment by providing not only its mined out areas, but areas in its tenements for the planting of bamboo. How else will this achieve the reinvention of mining? It will also create truly sustainable livelihoods for the mining communities, even beyond the mine life. Why? Because bamboo is fast-growing supergrass that you can keep growing and keep cutting, and for some species, for up to 100 years. How will bamboo reinvent mining? Bamboo will provide the mining communities with an almost endless supply of raw material to create high-value products. With funding from the Social Development Management Program, or SDMP, of the mining companies, which is currently 1.5% of their capex per annum, and with the support of the DTI, the DENR, the DA, the DOST, the mining community can receive the skills training to work with bamboo, obtain marketing information from the DTI on the high-value products that both the domestic and international markets are willing to buy, and obtain reliable planting materials, hopefully from the DA and DOST, which we will discuss later, plus the skill needed to propagate the bamboo optimally. How will all these elements come together to making the mining industry an effective partner in growing the bamboo industry? It will do this by identifying what each party in the collaboration, that is the DTI, the DNR, the DA, the DOST, plus the mining industry, what they need to specifically contribute to empowering the mining communities to become active and productive partners in growing the bamboo industry. This is how bamboo can reinvent mining. If all the members of the collaboration work together in clear and specific ways, mining will be about creating long-lasting, sustainable social enterprises for the mining communities. Mining reinvented will mean that the success of the mining companies will be judged not only by how profitable and responsible they are to the environment, but also by how prosperous they make their mining communities. In other words, with bamboo, mining can become also a social enterprise. Now you know what it could mean to plant bamboo with the end in mind. The end is creating sustainable livelihoods for the mining communities by giving them the opportunity to participate meaningfully and profitably in growing the Philippine economy. How will you help? How can you help? Today, we will all listen to speakers from the DTI, the DNR, the DOST, government banks, and the mining industry. As you listen to their presentations, please think about what each of them must do specifically to help achieve the end in mind, which is the prosperity of the mining communities through the planting of bamboo. We will provide you a tool called MENTI, M-E-N-T-I, the mechanics of which I will explain later. You can also put your thoughts down in the chat and Q&A boxes. At the end of today's program, we hope to collate all your relevant thoughts and recommendations in a checklist of things to do for each member of the collaboration. This is, quote, the end in mind, unquote, of today's summit. Hopefully, it will lead to further meaningful interactions and summits to fine-tune your ideas and suggestions into a national action plan for bamboo in the mining industry. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we are grateful to have the support of two of our cabinet secretaries for today's event. These secretaries work hand in hand in the bamboo industry as part of the Philippine Bamboo Industry Development Council. And both secretaries share our vision for reimagining, developing, and sustaining mining practice. For our welcome address, I present to you Secretary Ramon Lopez of the Department of Trade and Industry, and following him, Secretary Roy Cimatu of the Department of Environment and Natural Resources.
To Secretary Roy Cimatu of DENR, Deputy Speaker D.V. Savellano, Attorney Leo Dominguez, Mr. Gerard Brimo, the Chairman of Chamber of Mines, Mr. Isidro Alcantara, Attorney Dante Bravo, distinguished stakeholders in the mining industry and fellow advocates for bamboo development, ladies and gentlemen, magandang hapon po sa inyong lahat. As the chair of the Philippine Bamboo Industry Development Council, the Department of Trade and Industry welcomes guests, stakeholders, and participants in today's summit entitled Bamboo Economics and Initiatives of the Mining Industry. First of all, we would like to acknowledge PBIDC's partners in making this event possible: the Philippine Mining Club, the DENR Mines and Geosciences Bureau, and Bamboo Professionals, Inc. Today's gathering is a product of our shared objective to offer bamboo as a tool for reimagining mining methods and developing sustainable mining communities in the Philippines. Moreover, this summit will offer mining firms a vision and opportunity to cooperate with mining communities, government, the private sector, and academia in the development of mining areas and sustainable mining communities. Through this collaboration, we will further promote a whole-of-society approach that is an integral part of our efforts to build back better in a post-pandemic future. Specifically, with the utilization of our collective ideas, concepts, and recommendations, we can develop a comprehensive and actionable agro-industrial plan that will help us achieve and realize the benefits of bamboo economics. Furthermore, I am pleased to announce that the House Bill 9576 has been approved on third reading just last August 24. Maraming salamat po kay Deputy Speaker D.V. Savellano. Once enacted, this bill will contribute to the development of the Philippine Bamboo Industry Development Program, which will include programs and projects for the scientific propagation, development and management, processing, utilization, business development, and commercialization of Philippine bamboo and bamboo products. Of course, with the cooperation of all industry stakeholders, including raw material producers, processors, retailers, and the local government units. These will also lead to the creation of the Bamboo Industry Research and Development Center and incentives for bamboo in plantation development. Meanwhile, the Department of Environment and Natural Resources recently issued DENR-AO number 2021-26, which directs the rules and regulations governing the establishment, harvesting, and transportation of bamboo poles to ensure the sustainable development and utilization, management, protection, and conservation of the country's forest and other natural resources. This includes non-timber forest products for the benefit of present and future generations, as it also covers the eligibility of mineral lands for the establishment of bamboo plantations. Lastly, as we continue to boost a public-private partnership, the mining industry partnered with the DENR and the DTI to launch the Bamboo Initiative 2 years ago, or in October 2019. The nationwide campaign follows President Rodrigo Roa Duterte's directive to the mining industry to reforest mined-out regions. It is an initiative aimed at revegetating mined-out areas with fast-growing bamboo, thus increasing bamboo production and creating lucrative enterprises for mining communities. In fact, mining companies have already begun to grow bamboo in these mined-out areas, which will enhance the supply of raw materials for future high-value bamboo products. These rehabilitation projects will address the bamboo supply issue that will be required to meet the increased demand for bamboo-based products ranging from poles to panels, fiber boards, timber, handicrafts, food, beverage, modern furniture, clothes, fabric, paper, flooring, and many more value-added products. On behalf of the PBIDC and DTI, we call on everyone to take advantage of this summit as we push to inspire and empower our stakeholders, both in the public and private sector, to actively play their roles in boosting the Philippine bamboo industry and to develop a sustainable mining community constantly. Again, welcome to today's Mining Summit. Maraming salamat po at mabuhay tayong lahat.
Attorney Leo.
Yes, may we now call on Secretary Roy Cimatu for his welcome address.
Lorraine, any representative from the Office of Secretary Cimatu? Or is Secretary Cimatu here? Attorney Leo, we can skip Secretary Cimatu.
Okay. Yeah, perhaps he could join us later. Okay, before we go on with the program, we would like to recognize our participants tuning in our partners' Facebook pages such as Kilos 5K, Philippine Mining Club, and DENR-MGB. We have various members of the bamboo and mining community, DENR undersecretaries, and assistant secretaries, and others. We would also like to introduce our speakers later in the summit, which include DENR-MGB Director Attorney Wilfredo Moncano, DENR-FMB Director Assistant Secretary Marcial C. Amaro, DENR-ERDB Director Dr. Henry Adornado, Dr. Orlex B. Yllano of Adventist University of the Philippines, Rica Janet Villanueva Gadi, and architect Jed De Guzman of the Bamboo Bootcamp Organization, Land Bank of the Philippines, Development Bank of the Philippines, and Small Business Corporation, CS First Green Agri and Industrial Development Inc., President Mr. Bernard Bauing, Robert L. Palomares of Home Biz Crafts, OIC Senior Vice President Roland S. Santos of Mark Ventures Mining and Development Corporation, and Forester Earl John A. Gascon of Hinatuan Mining Corporation. Also, as we go along with our series of speakers for this afternoon, we will have a discussion of the issues on bamboo that affect the mining industry after the open forum. We would like to take this opportunity to hear from everyone by answering this question. What are the impediments or challenges of the mining industry on fully engaging in the bamboo industry? Again, the question, what are the impediments or challenges of the mining industry on fully engaging in the bamboo industry? You can describe your answers in 1 to 3 words only through the Menti link shown on the screen or in the chat box, which we will be reading later. Now, for an inspirational message, let me introduce our bamboo champion in the House of Representatives. He is a representative of the 1st District of Ilocos Sur. He is one of the authors of the Philippine Bamboo Industry Development Act House Bill, which was recently approved in the 3rd reading, and the House resolution proclaiming September as the Bamboo Month. Ladies and gentlemen, House Deputy Speaker Deogracias Victor D.V. Savellano.
Good afternoon, friends and partners from the bamboo and mining sector. As we celebrate World Bamboo Day on September 18 and the timely approval on 3rd reading of the House Bill 9576 or the Philippine Bamboo Industry Development Act, we are once again advocating the nation about the many environmental and economic benefits of bamboo, including its great potential as a tool for restoring mined-out areas. For instance, as a contribution to the restoring our forest, DENR has required mining firms to plant bamboo in 20% of their declared mining areas since 2020. They are not limited just to 20%. They could plant more and involve the community more. One of the ways that the mining companies can involve the community is through bamboo farm tourism. This is where bamboo, supplemented with intercropping of food or ornamental crops in between the bamboo plant, can be landscaped into a tourist area that will give them a unique travel experience. As in the case of existing bamboo farm tourism areas in the country, bamboo farm tourism areas in mining areas would have the following impacts. First, it will add value to the bamboo plantation in the mining areas, and not just the commercial value of the harvested poles. Second, it will generate additional employment and income for the community. And lastly, it would enable the bamboo plantation to earn immediately even before harvesting, as bamboo nurseries, intercrops, and beautiful sceneries begin to bloom. For bamboo farm tourism in mining areas to be successful, it should have the following characteristics. It should sustainably productive and manage, which means that the mining firm and its mining community, among others, should ensure that it can appropriately plant, grow, and harvest bamboo using the best practices. The mining community, as well as the mining company, should earn from the attraction, activities, and accommodations in the bamboo farm tourism site. Thus, they should endeavor that their bamboo sites should attract visitors and be able to sell corollary products like food cuisine, bamboo byproducts, and other souvenirs. The bamboo farm tourism in the mining areas should provide a learning experience to visitors and stakeholders alike. Thus, the bamboo farm tourism site in the mining areas should have a narrative in various media forms within and outside the farm that will enable the former to absorb knowledge about the mining area's bamboo plantation and the culture of the community around it. For example, the establishment of bamboo parks in several areas in the 1st District of Ilocos Sur has helped our constituents gain another source of income in these difficult times, boost local tourism in the province, learn more about their bamboo resources, and in 5 years, fully utilize the harvested poles or process this further into innovative bamboo products. As these bamboo farm, tourist farms in mining areas flourish, we can reach a critical mass, whereby it would address the current gloomy state of our tourism industry and at the same time significantly improve our bamboo stocks and the supply of bamboo raw materials, which are the most pressing problems of bamboo today. Simultaneously, we can restore mined-out areas into a more biodiverse area that would welcome other crop production. And henceforth, enhance the environmental services in the community and its geographical area. While a man can hit 2 birds with 1 stone for certain tasks with bamboo farm tourism in the mining areas, our country can hit multiple birds with 1 stone given bamboo's flexibility as it sways with the wind. I wish all the best for everyone who plans to or continues to do their part in developing our local bamboo industry. Thank you very much. Magandang hapon po sa inyong lahat.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker D.V. Savellano, for
Sir Leo. Secretary Cimatu is ready with his presentation.
Oh, thank you very much, Job. May we now call on Secretary Cimatu for his welcome message.
Secretary Cimatu, please place your hand. I'll give you the spotlight.
Hello.
Go ahead, sir.
Oh, sorry. Hirapan ako mag-ano rito eh. Bukas-bukas ng Zoom. Anyway, I would like to greet everybody there. Secretary Lopez, Deputy Speaker Savellano, and all of you who are there. Of course, si Sid Alcantara, a very successful planter of bamboo in his mine area. Welcome everyone to this Bamboo and Mining Industry Summit. One might wonder, what does mining have to do with bamboo, or vice versa? I already answered this way back in 2018 at the 4th Forum on Mining Policy Directions of the DENR. Back then, I urged mining companies to use bamboo as planting material in their mine rehabilitation programs. Subsequently, the Mines and Geoscience Bureau of the DENR directed mining contractors to locate at least 1/5 of their mine out areas for bamboo plantations. The MGB will be giving us an update on this shortly. Even earlier in 2010, Executive Order 879, which created the Philippine Bamboo Industry Development Council, directed the DENR through its Mines and Geoscience Bureau and Forest Management Bureau and its attached agency, the Laguna Lake Development Authority, to use bamboo for at least 20% of its annual reforestation and rehabilitation areas, especially in places where trees are difficult to grow. Since then, the DENR has been pursuing initiatives to support the bamboo industry under our ongoing Enhanced National Greening Program. Our flagship program in reforestation, we have allocated not just 20%, but 40% of our annual target for bamboo plantations. Well, the sudden jump of the bamboo quota for our National Greening Program is to solve our two problems in our country vis-a-vis our forest cover and also our lumber requirement. The National Greening Program has two goals, two objectives. Number one, to increase our forest cover from 23% and at least to 25% for the next several years. Our forest cover is the lowest in our region now. The second goal is supply the lumber requirement of our country. We should plant trees in protected areas so that our forest cover will increase. Otherwise, if we plant trees, then we cut it anyway for lumber, then we cannot go on with increasing our forest cover. The second one, goal of the National Greening Program is to supply the lumber requirement of our country. Now, what is the status of our lumber requirement? I know DTI knows this very much. The country needs 5 million cubic meters of lumber a year. I say again, our country needs 5 million cubic meters per year. Out of this 5 million requirement, we only supply 1 million out of our resources here in our country. The 4 million lumber that we are using now in our country are all imported, coming from foreign suppliers. So, 1 million lang ang na-produce natin na kailangan sana natin 4 million. Anong gagawin natin? We'll continue importing. So we have to double time our production. So now in this 1 million, that we are supplying our market today, this 1 million, 85% of this 1 million comes from private planters. Yung mga nagtatanim dyan sa mga backyard nila, yung nagtatanim dyan sa mga lupa nila na hindi naman ginagamit, tinaniman na lang nila ng mahogany, gemelina, o casamanggium. Ito ngayon ang nagbibigay sa ating market. Now, ano naman sana ang gagawin natin? If we continue this trend, ang ating National Greening Program ay magkakaroon pa ng lumber in 15 to 20 years. So yung tinanim natin 10 years ago, 10 years old pa lang sila ngayon. So wala pa tayong may ilalagay as our from the production na natanim natin. Ang nakita kong isa natin gawin, of course, we will continue planting. This year na naman, we will continue planting trees. Pero we have to find ways na dagdagan nito. We continue planting trees dito sa increase the forest. We continue planting trees on hectares na nandyan sa bundok for production. Itong more production na ito pwedeng maputol. Pero hindi muna natin maputol ngayon kasi bata pa sila eh. So we will continue planting, importing lumber. Hanggang kailan? Kailangan natin ito or natin ito probably in 2040. 2040. Ngayon, mayroon akong naisip. Kasi nakita ko yung engineered bamboo. Nakita ko, nagpunta ako mismo sa Pangasinan. Nakita ko yung processing plant nila doon sa Bayambang, Pangasinan. Nakita ko paano silang gumawa ng kahoy out of bamboo. Gumagawa sila ng mga lumber doon out of bamboo. Ngayon, ang kulang yung bamboo. Kulang na yung as a raw material nila kasi kailangan nila a big volume of bamboo. So, yung taga-Pangasinan, nakakaabot sila sa Visayas, sa Iloilo, sa Panay Island. Kasi sa Iloilo, dito ang pinakamaraming bamboo sa Pilipinas. Pina-inventory ko nga kung ilan ang bamboo na nandyan sa Panay Island. Nandoon ang pinakamaraming bamboo natin sa Pilipinas. Ngayon, sabi ko, dagdagan pa natin ito. Karamihan yung mga bambos naman doon, may mga may-ari na, may nandyan lang sa kanilang mga lupa-lupa. Pero nagtanim na rin tayo sa ating forest land ng bamboo. In fact, karamihan nga, tinaniman natin doon sa mga bundok-bundok. Pero hindi pa masyadong nagpro-produce ngayon. Ang nagpro-produce ngayon, yung mga ordinary farmers na mayroong bamboo sa backyard niya, may mga may-ari rin dyan sa Maasin. It is in Maasin, Iloilo, pinakamaraming bamboo sa Pilipinas. So, ang ginawa ko ngayon, kasi sa National Greening Program kasi natin, re-require natin na magtanim ng mga kahoy, sari-saring kahoy yan all over the country by regions. Unfortunately, yung ating survival rate, karamihan, average, lang survival rate mga kahoy ay nandoon sa Agusan and Surigao. Doon ang pinakamarami. Tumataas 85 to 90% survival rate doon. All the rest, mababa. Minsan may mga 50% lang eh. Kasi pinipilit natin na magtanim ng kahoy sa mga ibang regions na hindi naman suited for those kind of trees. Ang nakita ko ngayon ito, bamboo. Kahit naman ikaw saan dito sa Pilipinas nabubuhay ang bamboo, kahit ano sa lugar, nabubuhay pa nga sa mining area ano pa kayo mga ibang areas dyan. So, hinadagdagan ko yung itatanim natin ngayon ng bamboo sa mga National Greening Program. 40% this time. So, ito ngayon, prepare na talaga tayo magtanim. Gagamitin natin ito para Department of Trade, para sa mga furnitures nila, kung ano yung pagkakamitan pa niyan. Pero majority of the bamboo will go to the lumber industry. Ang ibig sabihin, ibebenta natin yung mga bamboos sa processing units. Pagkasinan, gagawa sila ng processing unit sa Iloilo for bamboo production. So ito ngayon ang ating nakikita na aside from these things na ginagawa natin ngayon, makakahabol tayo sa lumber. Kasi nga naman, nakita ko nga doon kung paano maggagawa ng lumber talagang pinipiga pala ng gusto itong lumber, itong bamboo para mawala yung katas niya ba? Yung katas, ito palang ina-attract ng anay, itong katas na ito. Kaya kung wala ng katas yung dyan, hindi na inaanay. So, mas matiga durable. So ito ngayon na nakikita ko, ladies and gentlemen, and the very important portion of the bamboo industry vis-a-vis our country. We will increase our non-reliance to importation by providing our own lumber requirement of our country using trees and bamboos. So ito ngayon na naipapaano ko sa inyo that as using our bamboos, furnitures for our DTI, majority of the bamboos of our country will be used by the lumber industry in the future. It is not just economics that makes bamboo attractive for reforestation. Bamboo is also ideal for climate change mitigation. This is also one of the most important aspects of the bamboo industry in the climate change mitigation. Bamboo sequesters up to 1.78 tons of carbon dioxide per clump per year. Malaki-laki ito na bawas ng carbon dioxide. Being the chairman of the climate change in the cabinet, I am very much aware of the importance of this. This rate of carbon dioxide reduction out of bamboo is around 10 times faster than that of wood, of trees. A 2015 study by our Ecosystems Research and Development Bureau found that bamboo can sequester more than 5 tons of carbon dioxide per hectare per year. Finally, bamboos proven used as protection against soil erosion. And in fact, we are now in the Build Back Better in Cagayan. And because of the flooding happened last year, wherein the president caused the organization of a task force, which I chaired for the task Build Back Better. The problem of the river in Cagayan, or the Cagayan River, is the erosion and build-up of sandbars in the middle. That's why it prevents free flowing of the water there. So I required for the planting of bamboo in the bank of the river in Cagayan. And the length of the river there is 500 kilometers. So patataniman lahat itong Cagayan River with bamboos along the river banks. So on this note, I welcome you all to this summit, and I hope that in the next 5 or to 10 years, we will already increase the number of bamboos in our country that should supply the requirements of our country. With that, maraming salamat. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Secretary Cimatu. I remember very clearly when you addressed the Philippine Mining Luncheon in 2018, soon after you assumed office. And you had two messages to the mining industry. Number one, you must reinvent mining. You remember that, sir. And then number two, you must ensure that the social development management program funding that you are required to spend, mining companies are required to spend in the mining communities, must produce sustainable livelihoods for those communities. And in that interaction, sir, don't you remember how suddenly the idea of bamboo hits them both, sir. Bamboo will reinvent mining because bamboo can generate social enterprises for the mining communities and bring them out of their poverty. And the most interesting thing, sir, is beyond the life of the mine, because bamboo can be cut for next 100 years. When mining company leaves, the community is left behind with all of that bamboo that has been planted, and then they can resume. The problem with trees, sir, is if unless they are fruit bearing, they really mean nothing to the mining communities, because the DNR won't allow them to cut it. But you know, 3 or 4 weeks ago during a joint foreign chamber webinar on the economics of mining, one of the mining companies that talked about reforestation and rehabilitation using trees very sadly said that, you know, sir, after 3 months after we leave, our trees will disappear. Why? Because we all know that the biggest threat, sir, to our trees is poverty. So unless during the life of the mine, we create livelihood projects that will be sustainable, even beyond the life of the mine, then the mining community and the people around there will protect the trees, because they are harvesting anyway material that they can use to create livelihoods. And this can be, you can add to this other forestry products, coffee, things that you can plant between the trees. So this is why, if we all focus on this in the mining industry, sir, and thank you to you and to Secretary Lopez for initiating this collaboration with the mining industry, we're able now to move a little slowly forward in using bamboo to reinvent mining and to create social enterprises that are sustainable for our mining communities. And thank you too to both of you for being able to attract the DA, Secretary Dar, to the collaboration. And then of course, there's the DOST. With all of these resources, sir, I think we have a very good opportunity to move your agenda forward, not only in climate mitigation, but to also address the lumber and other industrial needs that bamboo can address. So thank you again, sir, for your words of welcome and inspiration. So now please allow me to introduce a keynote speaker for today's event. He is the former chairman of the Philippine Nickel Industry Association and the former president of Mark Ventures Holdings Incorporated. To his fellow bamboo advocates, he is better known as the pioneer in Mark Ventures in the use of bamboo for mine rehabilitation. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Butch Alcantara.
Good afternoon. Deputy Speaker Savellano, Secretary Cimatu, Lopez and Dar, ED Madarang, government officials, and fellow bamboo lovers. Let me congratulate Congressman Savellano for the passage of House Bill 9576 for the bamboo industry. In my visits to the mine and talking to miners, I often thought how hard life was before the income from mining came. Knowing that mining would end one day, I asked myself, what do we live when the mining stops? I talked to agriculturists and arborists about alternatives. One suggested bamboo. Someone in Shanghai took bamboo enthusiastically and told me to study Anji, China. I discovered then that it could really improve their lives even beyond what mining could do. Bamboo is an industry that can become a big contributor to our economy, help mitigate climate change, enhance our environment, and reimagine the mining industry into social enterprises by assuring a continuous livelihood from bamboo's 100-year life, rehabilitate the environment even more, and provide the next level of livelihood through home industry and high-value technology products processing for a sustained benefit to the mining communities. Bamboo is compelling for mining and country. It affects the environment even more as it releases 35% more oxygen and captures 12 tons of carbon over other species. Looking closer at Anji, China's bamboo capital, I learned that miners' income could reach 922,000 pesos yearly per 10-hectare plot versus 240,000 pesos miner's salary, or 4 times. China produces $31.8 billion of the world's $61 billion bamboo industry and exports $3 billion. At a modest 10% of their exports, or 1% of their total production, the Philippines can generate $318 million, or 16 billion contribution to GDP. China bamboo employs 10 million. The realistic goal of $318 million means 100,000 jobs. No reason the Anji experience, showing net income of 922,000 pesos yearly, cannot be replicated here. At this level, a worker doesn't need a scholarship to send his children to college and can vastly improve his life. Reliance on mining companies for other than salaries will be reduced. Their lives change for the better. And think of the dignity they will attain from the fruits of their labor. Output value ratio is 53% to 46% between farmers and processing. But net income ratio is only 24.2% for farmers versus 54.7% for wholesalers, financiers, and enterprises. Policy makers must therefore create marketing service systems and a set of facilities to reduce marketing expenses and balance profit distribution so miners get a fair share. Mining is perfectly positioned for bamboo. Mines have adequate hectareage in the MPSAs. No government subsidy needed, with available funds from SDMP, EPEP, FMRDF, and no income subsidy as miners continue to get salaries from the mines. Bamboo matures in 5 years, giving adequate time from the industry roadmap to plan and create the needed processing enterprises. Obviously, the industry cannot stop at planting alone. One thing is clear, mining cannot be the lead for bamboo. It can show the way with its inherent advantages and show how to for large-scale plantations in non-mining areas. The Philippines has 30 million hectares, of which 9 million hectares have high mineral potential. Key hectareage for new plantations from the inventory of DENR. To reach critical mass, IFMAS, or Industrial Forest Management Agreements, can be fast-tracked. Bamboo can be bigger than the mine's disturbed areas. A survey of the MARC MPSA in 2018 showed 30% of the MPSA, or 1,440 hectares, is plantable. Planting 50% would give a net income of 66.5 billion pesos. Other mines must be similar. How do we make it work? 3 things are needed: policy support, capacity building, especially downstream processing, and strong incentive support. Fiscal and regulatory incentives are needed, like tax credits, income tax holidays, tenurial framework for community farms, tax-free equipment importation, and implicit tree cutting permits for outside disturbed areas. Before retiring, I had wanted to propose in PNIA a business model where PNIA and other mines could be grouped into 3 clusters, Caraga, Palawan, and Zambales, and do larger scale planting outside mined out areas. The mines could then co-invest in a processing plant like engineered wood production and even support home industries like handicrafts, toys, and others. The capital investment is not high, especially if shared, and obviously profitable. High value and composite bamboo products are needed to reach the next level. Large drainage pipes, wind turbines, shipping containers, textiles, wood and construction materials like beams, plywood, wallpapers, roofing, and others. China started in 1970, and the great expansion happened from 1985 to 1995 in Anji, 10 years. We can rely on their experience and success. In the country, a first is the engineered wood plant of Cesar Kiambao, and the first to obtain a bamboo ISNA for 10,000 hectares. We have discussed a new future product with limitless possibility into billions of dollars. Bamboo pellets for biomass and replacement of feed for coal baseload plants. Japan plans to replace all coal with bamboo by 2030. Other countries are also. Maybe call Cesar Kiambao the Bamboo King. We commend the concrete steps taken by government. DENR-ERDB and Secretary Cimatu took pioneering steps in 2020 by mandating bamboo plantations for mining companies. Mining is back on track with EO 130, and the direction is now pro-developmental. Legislation by Congressman Savellano will put the bamboo industry on solid grounds. Mining will be vigorous in their support, led by PNIA and the Chamber of Mines. The two largest nickel mines, PGMC and Nickel Asia, the gold standard of mine rehabilitation, will presumably take the lead. With experience gained, mines may even go into plantations. The reserves will never run out. Historically, we Filipinos can be leaders in the bamboo economy. Look at the Las Piñas bamboo organ. Since 1824, or 197 years old, the world's first high-technology bamboo product from the Philippines. Good day to you all.
Thank you very much, Butch. Thank you very much. This event today would not be possible without the support of key mining industry players. For their messages of support, ladies and gentlemen, I call on the chairman of the Chamber of Mines in the Philippines, Mr. Gerard Brimo, and the president of the Philippine Nickel Industry Association, Attorney Dante R. Bravo.
Deputy Speaker Deogracias Savellano, DENR Secretary Roy Cimatu, DTI Secretary Ramon Lopez, DENR Undersecretary Jim Sampulna, DTI Secretary Blesila Lantayona, MGB Director Wilfredo Moncano, to all other government officials and my fellow colleagues from the mining industry, good afternoon. Much has already been said about the benefits of bamboo. It can provide huge environmental benefits as it is a renewable resource, absorbs greenhouse gases, fast-growing, enriches and protects the soil, and highly adaptable. While mining in the Philippines has a very small footprint, it is in a unique position to contribute to the government's bamboo plantation program. Bamboo is an ideal grass species for eco-rejuvenation of mined-out areas as part of a comprehensive mine rehabilitation plan that includes other plant and tree species. Environment experts maintain that the inclusion of bamboo in biodiversity development on mined-out land is a sustainable solution for climate change mitigation. It is effective in ecosystem restoration or the reestablishment of the capability of the land to capture and retain its fundamental resources. An ecosystem development model should take into consideration the influencing factors to ensure its success. Apart from environmental value, the model should also consider the socioeconomic benefits of eco-rejuvenation, something that bamboo has plenty to offer in terms of livelihood opportunities for residents of mining communities. As such, we in the Chamber of Mines of the Philippines are committed to involving and harnessing our gracious host communities in the development of bamboo plantations within and around our mined-out areas. It is our hope that this will promote a sense of ownership among our hosts so that they will enjoy continued benefit from the land long after the life of mine. Out of the total 4,368 hectares committed by the mining industry for the establishment of bamboo plantations, 1,170 hectares are from our Chamber's 22 operating members nationwide, including Oceana Gold Philippines, which is expected to resume operations soon. We expect the hectareage of land devoted to bamboo plantations to grow in the coming years once new mining projects begin operations following the issuance of EO 130, which lifted the moratorium on new mining projects, and, please excuse me for this, even exponentially so if the ban on open-pit mining is lifted. We will be glad to provide constant updates on the progress of our members' bamboo plantation program. Rest assured of the Chamber's full support for all government and private sector efforts that are geared towards achieving and realizing the benefits of bamboo economics, climate change mitigation, and poverty alleviation. Maraming salamat po.
The Philippine Nickel Industry Association acknowledges the Philippine Bamboo Industry Development Council as a fervent proponent of bamboo production and utilization, and commends its initiatives in championing a strong Philippine bamboo industry. Introducing bamboo as a tool to reimagine mining practices and develop sustainable mining communities in the country is an ingenious way to reinvent mining as a social enterprise and change the public's perception of the industry for the better. In celebration of the World Bamboo Month, PNIA reaffirms its strong commitment to contribute to environmental protection and promote the use of bamboo for ecological and industrial use, as we strive to balance the economic, environmental, and social aspects of mining. The nickel industry continues to ensure compliance and accountability in all our operations. Despite the restrictions and slowdown in operations during community quarantines, we have not forgotten this commitment. As of February this year, PNIA, through our 8-member companies, reported a total of 7 million trees planted across 3,898 hectares in their respective mining areas, particularly in Caraga region, Palawan, and Zambales. Planting more trees has been one of the cornerstones of our reforestation efforts. It is also our response to biodiversity loss and the worsening climate change. However, there are also challenges mining companies face when it comes to reforestation. Deciding what tree species to plant on what were considered as young mines, where seedlings often grow at a slow rate, has led PNIA to explore bamboo propagation in 2018. More than 18,000 seedlings were initially planted. Mark Ventures Mining and Development Corporation took the lead by planting nearly 17,500 seedlings. Platinum Group Metals Corporation and CTP Construction and Mining Corporation also followed suit. Motivated to always go above and beyond compliance, PNIA members launched a massive bamboo plantation program as part of a consolidated program to accelerate rehabilitation and greening efforts. Between January to August last year, our members have planted 23,000 seedlings, bringing their total to over 46,000 bamboo seedlings planted over nearly 100 hectares. But more than doing our part in preserving the environment, the industry also recognizes the enormous potential of bamboo planting in contributing to rural poverty reduction. With approximately 1,500 uses, bamboo also provides food security to both people and animals, and can be processed into a wide variety of products, including furniture, handicrafts, kitchen utensils, wraps, and charcoal, which can be developed as livelihood opportunities for host and indigenous communities. With the Philippines ranking 5th in the world's largest bamboo exports, lies a huge potential to push the country's bamboo industry forward. And the mandate on establishing bamboo plantations as a major activity for mine rehabilitation can play an important role, and perhaps even pivotal role. PNIA's intensive reforestation program in support of DNR's nationwide goal of planting bamboo on a total of 1 million hectares by 2022 will help increase the supply of bamboo as raw materials for other high-value added products in the future. As such, the nickel industry has high hopes in tapping the bamboo market to give additional income streams to communities where we operate. Ultimately, everyone stands to benefit: the farmers, the small entrepreneurs, as well as their communities. The same is true in terms of our efforts to regenerate natural forests. It is for these reasons that PNIA embraced the opportunity to collaborate with the Philippine Bamboo Industry Development Council. We look forward to more years of working with PBIDC in developing transformative ideas in this area. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Jerry Brimo and Mr. Dante Bravo, for giving us your words of encouragement and advice. I am now reminded of the backdrop behind me now. I want to explain to you what that picture represents. That is the vision of what a former nickel mine can look like in 20 years after its closure. You will see that there are bamboo plantations, and embedded in these bamboo plantations are places for housing and offices. And you will also see that they have solar roofing to provide energy to factories that are producing lumber, that are producing fabrics, that are producing food products, and many other high-value products from bamboo. And the rings that you will see around them are rings that are really trains and transportation that bring people to their places of work and back to their homes, and deliver them to the port. The port is here below me. I'm sorry you can't see it because I'm sitting right in front of it. And the helicopter that you see flying here beside me can actually be made. It's fabric. It's fuselage can actually be made by a composite of bamboo fibers that are mixed with carbon and whatever to create the fuselage of this aircraft. In 1950s, the Philippines, and the predecessor of the DOST with a scientist, worked on a fabric called Wobex, which was a composite of bamboo. And they built 2 aircraft out of that, once in 1951 and another, I think, in 1954. And these 2 aircraft prototypes were able to fly and exist using bamboo. We were way ahead in terms of fabricating this kind of material. And just to show you that the Philippines was way ahead in terms of science and technology and the use of bamboo. Today, we can revive the skills that we've had developed over the years with bamboo. Anyway, so there, ladies and gentlemen, is what the mine could look like in 20 years after the mine closure. And what will remain are the people, the mining communities who are going to be employed to work in these industrial factories, and investors will come in and perhaps work together with the mining companies who have decided to stay and become joint venture partners with these industrialists to produce products out of bamboo, high-value products out of bamboo. None of the technology that is being displayed here is yet to come. This is actually based on technology that already exists. So we are not using fascination here to imagine something that doesn't exist. They all exist. And if we put our heads together, and if the mining industry moves forward and creates and reinvents itself using bamboo, this is what a mine could look like after its closure. Thank you. Anyway, at this point, to give us an overview of why the event today was organized, please allow me to introduce one of the esteemed bamboo scientists in the country. He is a former DOST Undersecretary. He is currently chairman of Bamboo Professionals, Inc., one of our partners for this event. Ladies and gentlemen, here is Dr. Florentino O. Tesoro.
One and all, here is praying that we are all in the best of health relative to this devastating pandemic. The mining industry is one of the pillars of the economy of our country. The Philippines is fifth as the most mineralized country in the world, with an estimated $1 trillion in untapped reserves of copper, gold, nickel, zinc, and silver. The Department of Environment and Natural Resources has placed the preliminary gross production value for large-scale metallic mining at 107.7 billion pesos. The mining sector accounted for 102.3 billion pesos, equivalent to 0.6% of the gross domestic product of the country in 2020, according to the Mines and Geosciences Bureau. The minerals industry contributed about 25.5 billion in national and local taxes, fees, and royalties. The value of metallic mineral production, including gold, nickel ore, mixed nickel cobalt sulfide, cadmium, oxalate, chromite, and iron, was 132.69 billion. The total value of exported minerals, mineral products, and non-metallic mineral manufactures amounted to $5.2 billion. The mining and quarrying activities created 184,000 jobs, and the government estimates that for every job generated in the mining industry, roughly 4 to 6 more jobs are indirectly generated in the upstream and downstream sectors. However, it is also a known fact that the mining industry is not an environment-friendly industry. By nature, accessing the minerals, which are found mostly underground, requires the removal of vegetation, digging beneath the surface, or scraping the surface to obtain the minerals. This remove the surface soil, destroy habitat of flora and fauna, deplete biodiversity, and leaves the mined-out areas devoid of rich topsoil and render the area rather unproductive. It is for this reason that Republic Act Number 7942, the Mining Act of 1995, prescribe strict measures for the industry to follow regarding the rehabilitation of disturbed areas during mining operations. The mining sector has allocated 379 billion for the implementation of environmental protection and enhancement program as of December 2020, according to the Mines and Geosciences Bureau. It is refreshing to know that the mining industry has been rehabilitating their disturbed areas. MGB stated that 36.9 million seedlings have been planted across 28.72 hectares of land under the Mining Forest Program as of December 2020. Unfortunately, I can only cite one corporation that has rehabilitated disturbed areas in its mining sites, the Nickel Asia Corporation, which has established a total of 2,785 hectares by its 4 subsidiaries with 3 species. Some companies have collaborated with the Ecosystem Research and Development Bureau of the DENR in the identification of species suitable for mined areas rehabilitation using 3 species. I have been asked to provide the rationale for this summit. However, the rationale of the summit is already indicated in the program, which is to provide an avenue for key players of the mining industry, the government sector, bamboo community, to discuss specific best practices, concerns, and other important matters on bamboo initiatives in the mining communities. On September 10, 2019, exactly 2 years ago to this day, the Mines and Geosciences Bureau issued a memorandum to its regional offices in connection with a directive from Secretary Roy A. Cimatu to instruct all mining contractors, permittees, and permit holders to establish bamboo plantations of at least 10% of their disturbed areas. In a subsequent memorandum of MGB dated June 11, 2020, the requirement increased from 10% to 20% to help the country's economic recovery program in the face of COVID-19 pandemic. Even prior to the instruction of Secretary Cimatu and the memoranda issued by MGB, it is worthwhile to note that many of the companies in the mining industry have been rehabilitating their denuded areas with bamboo species. Bamboo has attributes that surpasses those of trees with respect to environmental, social, and economic benefits. It has also the ability to absorb heavy metals from the soil. On technical assistance that the mining industry needs that can be provided by government and the private sector. However, many of the mining companies are new with the use of bamboo as planting material, and probably they have many questions to ask. What species to plant? Where to get planting materials? How to establish nurseries? How to establish plantations? What are the aftercare practices to manage bamboo plantations? Will the bamboo grow well, and can they be harvested in 5 to 7 years? What bamboo products can be introduced in the communities near and around the mining areas? What technologies are available for processing? The Ecosystem Research and Development Bureau of the DENR, some state colleges and universities, as well as the private sector service providers, have science-based technologies to assist the mining industry revegetate disturbed areas with species matching with ecological conditions of the sites. On the establishment of community-based bamboo processing enterprises, the Forest Product Research and Development Institute of the Department of Science and Technology, state colleges and universities, as well as private sector service providers, can provide technical assistance to mining companies in this endeavor. What is important is that government, the private sector, and the mining industry work closely together to achieve the purpose of revegetating the disturbed areas with bamboo to provide ecological services and social economic benefits from the endeavor. Top in the minds of the industry is how to raise the level of life of communities in and around mining areas and make them self-sufficient and climate change resilient using bamboo as an instrument for that change. What is needed is a constant dialogue among the stakeholders and players. To facilitate the movement of technology to mining industry, there should be a national electronic data management system in the bamboo industry. The mining industry can be a great benefactor to the bamboo industry as a whole if it helps establish a smart bamboo data management system. Thank you and have a good day.
Thank you very much, Dr. Tesoro, for giving a rationale behind this event. As we try to meet the objectives of the event, our partnership with the Philippine Bamboo Industry Development Council, which we will now refer to as PBIDC, helped in leading us to the right people to talk to us about developing mining areas with bamboo. To give us a brief overview about the PBIDC and its activities, ladies and gentlemen, let me call on the DTI Secretary's Consultant on Bamboo Affairs and PBIDC's Executive Director, Mr. Butch Madarang.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Magandang hapon po, mga kawayan pasyonistas. The Philippines is naturally endowed, rich in mineral deposits of gold, copper, nickel, and chromite, among others. In addition, the country has coal resources estimated at about 2.4 billion tons. Still to be tapped, these deposits are valued at around $1 trillion. Indeed, a hefty sum yet to be realized. We have around 40 mining companies contributing 0.6% to GDP, 102 billion pesos. The industry has generated 184,000 jobs with millions dependent on it for livelihood. And in spite of these economic benefits, the industry has been mischaracterized, if not misunderstood. When we talk of mining, there are several issues that comes to mind. I realize that these are sensitive to the industry, but we must confront them, cognizant that the major players are sincerely making every effort in addressing them. First issue is environmental degradation. Mining has been viewed as one that destroys land, that after extracting precious metals, minerals, the area is abandoned, left barren, no longer useful for any economic activity, and thereby leaving permanent scars in the natural landscape. Compounding this is pollution. Due to inefficient production, pollution control systems, contaminating air and water resources, dumping waste into rivers and streams, thus making it toxic for human use. A consequence of these are health hazards such as respiratory issues and related diseases that arise. Third is the harm to the ecosystem, displacing and altering wildlife and habitat of species, including the communities where people live. Fourth is community dislocation at their end of life cycle or when they are done and have totally mined out the area. There are no available jobs or agribusiness opportunities when the companies close down. Add to these the need to put in place stronger enforcement measures. Then we get a glimpse of what we are up against. Factor in COVID-19. The pandemic has not spared the mining industry with companies closing down or scaling down operation, disrupting the global supply chain. With the country on its knees, President Duterte, recognizing its importance and the need to strike a balance between environment and economics, is making effort in attaining sustainability by allowing the mining companies to open, obviously, not without intense objection. It is not an easy road to travel. I am positive there is a middle ground that can be reached. This is why we must continuously talk, find ways, and commit ourselves to take collective action, for the stakes are high, most especially when irreversibility is at stake. The efforts to minimize or turn around through a renewal process can be defined to mitigate the negative impact of mining is our topic of discussion in this summit. For years, this has been the subject of serious deliberation among the stakeholders, the mining industry, government, the DENR, and communities impacted by mining. The talks have yielded marginal results, stalled, and have become quite elusive. We plan to turn this around today. Friends, I would like to believe there is a solution in sight for the predicaments of the mining industry. Bamboo, a plant that will address environmental restoration and be the economic substitute. For the last 3 years, and in the midst of this ongoing pandemic, we have meticulously pushed hard to put visibility and traction on our mission to advance the use and benefits of bamboo. We strongly believe it is a ticket out of poverty for our kababayans and those in mining areas. Through concerted efforts, we have rallied the Council's member partner agencies, private sector groups, academe, and more. I am glad the mining industry is willing to do its share in seeking ways to recalibrate and manifest itself as a sustainable and environmental-friendly economic venture, where profit and ecology can be made to coexist. On behalf of the PBIDC, I thank the mining industry for their presence today. May I invite everyone to get engaged. Let us give bamboo another hard look and realize its feasibility. It is not a quick fix, however. I am confident it can be done. Alay ng bayan sa inang kalikasan, kawayan. Hashtag, kawayan pa rin. Maraming salamat po at mabuhay ang Pilipinas.
The Philippine Bamboo Industry Development Council aims to converge different government agencies and the private sector for the development of the bamboo industry. Currently, it operates through EO 879 series of 2010. The industry has a myriad of potential for the country's economy. Thus, the PBIDC does its part to promote the use of bamboo, which contributes to climate change mitigation and sustainable development, encourage value-added production, and assist the LGUs promote environment protection and develop livelihood in the countryside. The organizational structure of the council is as follows. DTI serves as PBIDC chair with key member agencies including DENR, DA, DepEd, DOST, DOLE, League of Municipalities of the Philippines, 2 NGOs, and 2 private industry organizations. Aiding the council are the Executive Committee, the Technical Working Group, and a growing number of regional, provincial, and municipal bamboo councils with similar structure yet inclusive in nature. The council is also responsible in implementing the Philippine Bamboo Industry Development Roadmap, having a vision of a progressive, dynamic, productive, and globally competitive bamboo industry with a sustainable resource base. In order to meet the short, medium, and long-term growth of the bamboo industry roadmap, we have to focus on key strategies. These strategies are reflected in our recent council activities, which includes council, ExCom, and TWG meetings scheduled monthly or bi-monthly, one-on-one consultative dialogues on bamboo-based plans and programs with the government and private sector, support to bamboo legislation such as Senate bills, House resolutions, particularly to the recently approved House Bill 9576 and other policies that benefit the bamboo industry, harmonization of the different bamboo inventory initiatives, site visits in bamboo plantations and processing sites, and the conduct of bamboo planting initiatives nationwide. We also help develop communities through bamboo initiatives such as the bamboo planting and enterprise development in Rodriguez Rizal, in partnership with mga anak ninang daigdig, Rotary International, Inner Wheel Clubs of the Philippines, and other private organizations, Pasig River Bamboo Rehabilitation Project with PRCMO, DNR-SCR, and ERDB, DTI Shared Service Facilities, DTI Site Facilities which should serve as the Council's home base, and trainings made possible with TESDA, Bamboo Vocational Courses, and our training service partners. As the Bamboo Day approaches, we are once reminded of the Kilosang 5K movement, meaning kawayan, kalikasan, kabuhayan, kaunlaran, kinabukasan. The event, annually celebrated on September 18, will have the theme Alay ng Bayan sa Inang Kalikasan, Kawayan. And recently, we conducted a series of regional bamboo summits which converged into the Philippine Bamboo Summit. Moving forward, we plan to recalibrate where we are in the industry to the update of the bamboo roadmap and the Zoom strategic workshop. We have still many activities lined up this year, even up to the beyond the celebration of the World Bamboo Day, including more partnerships with the government and private sector and a review on policies relating to bamboo. That is all for now. Thank you. #Kawayan pa rin.
Thank you very much. What we have had so far are presentations from various speakers. From Secretary Ramon Lopez, we understand that the Department of Trade and Industry has a very important role, being the holder of the roadmap for the development of the bamboo industry and all its resources that can actually be contributed towards the objectives of that roadmap. Secretary Cimatu gave us very specific ideas of what the bamboo industry can do to help resolve particularly the issues in our construction industry. It is true that bamboo, when processed into wood products, can actually be a fantastic replacement for trees. And the supply could be endless. From our speakers from the mining industry, Jerry Brimo and Dante Bravo, we understand that they very clearly embrace the idea that bamboo can help reinvent, can help change the conversation about the mining industry. And it is very nice to hear how involved they will be in making this happen. From Butch Alcantara, we know that there are very, very interesting economic benefits and profitabilities that can be derived from pursuing bamboo in the mining industry for the benefit also of the mining communities. And of course, Dr. Flor Tesoro has given us his perspectives from being involved with the DOST in the Philippine Bamboo Industry Development Council. From Butch Madarang, we have an understanding of what the PBIDC does, who composes the membership of PBIDC, and what its activities are in relation to promoting the bamboo industry. And we will be needing a lot of coordination and support of the different members of the PBIDC in pursuing the development of bamboo in the mining industry. So going forward, let me now bring us to the initial speakers for our main part of the program. But before that, I'd like to remind everyone to share your answers to the question, what are the impediments or challenges of the mining industry on fully engaging in the bamboo industry? Kindly use the Menti app to provide your answers in 1 to 3 words only through the Menti link shown on the screen and the chat box. We will be presenting your answers later after the open forum. Our first speaker in this forthcoming section of our summit is the director of the DNR Mines and Geosciences Bureau. He will talk to us about updates on the implementation of the DENR bamboo plantation program of the mining industry. Ladies and gentlemen, the MGB Director, Attorney Wilfredo Moncano.
Thank you. Distinguished guests, our partners from the mining industry, colleagues from the government, and online participants for this webinar on bamboo economics and initiatives to reimagine mining and social enterprises, reimagining, developing, and sustaining sustaining mining communities in the Philippines with bamboo. This is organized by the Philippine Bamboo Industry Development Council and the Philippine Mining Club. Good afternoon. Bamboo has always been an important species in the rehabilitation efforts of mining industry, even before it was mandated for all mining companies to be used in the respective rehabilitation program through the initiative of our hardworking DENR Secretary, Cimatu. Today, we are very much proud to share with you some of the notable accomplishments of mining companies on the establishment of bamboo plantation in mining areas through the bamboo plantation program of the DENR. First, our presentation will briefly discuss the background on policy issuances on DENR's bamboo plantation program. Next, we will be presenting the current figures on the hectareage to be committed by the mining sector on the said program. This will be followed by a presentation of the notable accomplishments of the mining industry on the establishment of bamboo plantation, and lastly, our way forward to further improve this program. For the first part, the bamboo plantation program of the mining industry emanated from the instruction during the 4th Forum of the Mining Policy Directions of DENR, wherein Secretary Cimatu encouraged mining companies to use bamboo in the respective mine rehabilitation programs. With this call in 2018, all contractors, permit holders, and permittees were instructed to establish and maintain bamboo plantation equivalent to 10% of the mine-out areas. In 2020, we further intensified our commitment for the establishment of bamboo plantation in mining areas, wherein the mining industry was directed to commit certain areas of their mining tenement, particularly the mined-out areas, for the establishment of bamboo plantation and for possible livelihood program in line with the economic recovery during post-COVID-19. All contractors, permit holders, permittees were again instructed to establish an additional bamboo plantation equivalent to another 10% of their declared final mining area, bringing the total target plantation area to at least 20%. For contractors, permit holders, permittees without mined-out area yet for rehabilitation, these are the mining companies that are still in development and commercial extraction stage, and offset bamboo plantation outside the contract permit areas shall be considered based on the following conditions. First, the offset bamboo plantation shall be covered with a memorandum of agreement or MOA by and between the mining company concerned and the private landowners or people's organizations in order to ensure that mining companies will monitor the growth of bamboo species planted with the corresponding appropriate measures implemented. And second, the offset bamboo plantation area shall not be covered by existing expanded National Greening Program, ENGP, or any projects or programs of the DENR or any non-government organizations to avoid redundancy. Then in 2021, we instructed all our MGB regional offices to further consult with the mining companies on the realistic and doable targets, commitments for the establishment of bamboo plantation. It was then agreed that the target commitments for the establishment of bamboo plantation in mining areas shall be based on the disturbed areas in their approved 3-year development utilization work program. For the second part of my presentation, I will be presenting the current figures on the hectareage to be committed by the mining sector for the bamboo plantation program. Please take note that the said figures were mostly based on the 20% of the disturbed areas in their approved 3-year development utilization work program of mining companies. Accordingly, a total of about 4,368 hectares of bamboo plantation will be established by mining companies across the country in the next 3 years. The said commitment from all metallic and non-metallic mines in the country, together with holders of MGB regionally issued permits, such as mineral processing permit and industrial sand and gravel permits. All budget to be incurred in the establishment, maintenance, and protection of the said bamboo plantation shall be chargeable to the respective approved annual Environmental Protection and Enhancement Program or AEP-EP. The progress on the accomplishment of this bamboo plantation shall be undertaken in the quarterly monitoring of MGB regional offices. Hence, we believe that in the next similar event like this, we will surely report the exact figures on the extent of bamboo plantation established in mining areas. The succeeding photos will show the notable bamboo plantation of mining companies. We are making sure that the best bamboo plantation across the country will be established by mining companies. Allow us therefore to showcase some of the country's finest with regard to the best practices in the implementation of the bamboo plantation program of the DENR. To name some notable implementations, we have Felix Mining Corporation located in Tuba, Benguet, wherein a decommissioned tailings storage facility or a TSF was transformed into a bamboo plantation since 1998. To date, the said TSF is heavily vegetated with bamboo and tree species and is a major source of bamboo plantation for the rehabilitation efforts of the company, example for tree guards, greenhouse structure, among others. We also have Rio Tuba Nickel Mining Corporation and Coral Bay Nickel Corporation located in Rio Tuba, Batarasa, Palawan, wherein bamboo was utilized as a rehabilitation and landscaping species in their former mine-out area in decommissioned TSF, which was transformed into an ecosystem restoration laboratory and ecotourism purposes. Mining companies also ventured into a state-of-the-art technology of producing bamboo seedlings. Let's take, for example, the commendable efforts of Oceana Gold Philippines Incorporated, OGPI, in Nueva Vizcaya and Quirino Province, wherein OGPI has taken the lead of producing bamboo seedlings through microsomatic method or clonal means of propagating bamboo seedlings. This effort has taken a leap of advancement towards producing quality number of bamboo seedlings. Bamboo was also utilized by mining companies as a valuable species for soil and water conservation measures. Mining companies such as FCF Minerals Incorporated in Nueva Vizcaya, Ramon Minerals in Zambales, Rapid City and Realty Development Corporation Antipolo City, Taganito Itspal Nickel Corporation Surigao del Norte, and many more. All of these mining companies have planted bamboo to stabilize the riverbanks along their respective river systems. In terms of integrating bamboo in the rehabilitation of mine-out areas, notable companies that exemplified best efforts in the establishment of bamboo plantation are DENR-MGB Mining Corporation in Isabela, Zambales Diversified Metals Corporation in Zambales, Berong Nickel Corporation and City Nickel Mines and Development Corporation in Palawan, Philminera Resources Corporation in Masbate, Felix Gold Philippines in Negros Occidental, Apex Mining in Davao de Oro, Philsaga Mining Corporation, Platinum Group Metals Corporation, Agata Mining Ventures Incorporated, and Hinituan Mining Corporation in Caraga Region. Other companies also employed bamboo for the management of their buffer zone areas and their mine site premises, such as Northern Cement Corporation in Pangasinan, Wholesale Mining and Development Corporation La Union, Guzon Development Corporation in Antipolo City, Greymont Philippines Incorporated Palawan, Carmen Copper in Cebu, Nickel Ace in Eastern Samar, and Strongbent Mining Corporation in Leyte, Folsim Resources and Development Corporation in Misamis Oriental, Folsim Mining and Development Corporation in Davao City, and Republic Cement in Yllano del Norte. These are just some of the best practices of mining companies when it comes to the bamboo plantation program of the DENR. What we have just showcased earlier are just snapshots of the regreening or revisitation efforts of the mining industry, since we also have notable accomplishment in the mining forest program, the National Grading Program for Mining Sector, and the Temporary Revisitation Program. Before I conclude with this presentation, we are looking forward that the bamboo plantation program of the mining industry will open another opportunity for the mining communities, especially during cessation of mining operations, since we believe that mining is just a temporary land use. What we are doing at present is just a preparation for possible additional livelihood or income generating activities for our mining communities through the bamboo industry. In the next 5 or 10 years, we envision the full utilization of the bamboo plantations that we have just showcased. Hence, the following are the future endeavors for the bamboo plantation program. First, to integrate the bamboo plantation program in the implementation of the SDMP, or the Social Development and Management Program, to include capacity building of host and neighboring communities, as well as its local government units in producing quality bamboo seedlings to be purchased by mining companies. Another one is formal training of host and neighboring communities in maximizing the potentials of bamboo products through bamboo engineered technologies and assisting the local cooperatives in the marketing and distribution of bamboo products produced. All of the aforesaid activities are still doable and feasible prior to the mine closure phase of operations. Second, monitoring on the implementation of the bamboo plantation program shall be undertaken by our MGB regional offices to ensure that this plantation will be maintained and managed. All mining companies are mandated to submit quarterly updates of their bamboo plantation. Lastly, continuous capacitation of the MGB personnel and mining companies, just like the commendable effort pioneered by Engineer Nonita Escagiwa, Assistant Secretary for Finance Information Systems and Mining Concerns of the DENR, where a learning event on the establishment of bamboo plantation in mining areas was conducted. A total of 213 MGB personnel and representatives from mining companies benefited through online lectures and actual demonstration during the said activity. All the accomplishments you have just witnessed in the implementation of the DENR's bamboo plantation program are indeed a testament to the government and the mining industry's collective efforts to establish and develop sustainable mining communities by reimagining mining as a social enterprise. We look forward to our continuous partnership with the mining industry in protecting the environment and at the same time uplifting the mining communities as we remain committed to our utmost priority, which is responsible mining for the people, the environment, towards nation building. Maraming salamat and bambuhay!
Thank you very much, Director Moncano. It is very inspiring to hear what the program is that is being run by the DENR-MGB, not only to ensure that bamboo is being planted, but also laying the basis for ensuring that the SDMP programs of the mining companies be used to ensure that the mining communities benefit from the use of that bamboo, both in the way it is planted and farmed and kept as plantations, as well as in the manufacture of bamboo products, all in the end to create social enterprises amongst those mining communities. This indeed, sir, is how we should reimagine mining through bamboo, how we will reinvent mining through bamboo. It is very heartening to see that we are moving in that direction. And the next phase of our roadmap, if you will, is to see what the different government agencies like the DTI, the DOST, the DA can also contribute to making all of this happen. There have to be very specific to-dos that each of these agencies must commit to provide to make sure that all of this happens. Thank you. Our next speaker is from the DNR. Her name is Gina Yanesa of the Environmental Forestry Section of the Forest Management Bureau. She is here to speak on behalf of DNR ASEC Marshal Amaro, who could not make it in the last minute. Later on, during the Q&A, Ms. Yanesa will be joined by her colleague, Assistant Director Forester Edna Nuestro, to field the questions that will be raised later during the open forum. Ms. Yanesa?
Yes, magandang hapon po sa lahat. Can I share my screen?
Go ahead.
Yes. So in behalf of Assistant Secretary Marshall C. Amaro, I will be presenting the available lands for planting bamboo. So my presentation will just flow for 4 topics. First is the existing bamboo plantations. Second is bamboo as an alternative to wood, the available areas for plantation, and our advocacies and campaigns in the Forest Management Bureau. So the DNR has prioritized the use of bamboo as a reforestation species under its reforestation flagship program, the Enhanced National Greening Program, since the department has recognized its potential not only for the environment, but also its potential to be an alternative to the utilization of wood species by adopting certain technologies like engineered bamboo. And under the implementation of ENGP, around well, we have planted a total of 2.78 million hectares of land from 2011 to 2020, and has planted 1.7 billion seedlings of different species. And for bamboo, around 101,000 hectares of land is allocated for bamboo plantations from year 2011 to 2020, and we have planted around 21.7 million planting materials. And out of these areas planted, it can be projected that in 2020, last year, we can have already harvest 18,616 hectares of bamboo plantations, and this can give an estimated total volume of at least 930,800 cubic meters of bamboo poles. Also, for other existing areas that include bamboo plantations are those that are within tenured forest lands. In 2019, the DNR has granted to the CS First Green company 10,000 hectares of forest land within the province of Pangasinan to be planted to bamboo under the Integrated Forest Management Agreement. This plantation is intended to supply bamboo raw materials for their engineered bamboo plant in Pangasinan. Another is the community-based forest management agreement. We are engaging the communities on the uplands under this agreement, and up to date, there are already 8 CBFMAs which venture on bamboo enterprises, particularly in regions 3, 6, 10, and Caraga region, most of which are concentrating on the production and marketing of bamboo souvenirs, amakan or bamboo mats, and bamboo furniture. Well, the DNR envisions the potential of bamboo as an alternative to wood because, yeah, like what I've said earlier, through the advancement of technology, we have now the engineered bamboo. And having these estimates, it is projected that by 2030, the projected demand for wood will be around 24.9 million cubic meters. So given the estimated volume of engineered bamboo of around 12.32 cubic meters per hectare, the FMB was able to project the needs of the country to reach the increasing wood demand by using both timber and bamboo. So these are just the projection that the FMB has made, and we came up to an estimate that we need to plant at least 40,000 hectares of bamboo plantations from year 2021 to 2030 in order for us to meet the wood demand by 2034. And also together with it is around 35,000 hectares of timber from 2021 to 2025 to fully satisfy the wood demand by 2034. So how can we achieve this? And of course, the DNR cannot just work alone. We need the support of the industry and of course the mining sector. For the available areas, we have a total of around 6 million hectares of denuded and degraded forest land. And the DNR through the NGP is this year for 2021, we are reforesting 667 hectares of land, of which 26,147 hectares are bamboo plantations. So for next year, just like what the Secretary has said, we will allocate 40% of our nationwide target to bamboo plantation. And other areas for plantation or the river banks and stream banks, we know that bamboo is very good in soil erosion and stream bank stabilization. So under the Build Back Better task force, we are using bamboo in rehabilitating the riverbanks and stream banks of the three major of Upper Marikina River Basin, Cagayan River Basin, and the Bicol River Basin. Also, as of now, the Forest Management Bureau is on the process, or it's on its final stage of giving or doing the activity on inventory and analysis of existing bamboo stands in the country. The results of this project will be available soon. And this will provide the locations of the concentration of bamboo plantations and the stands in the country. And also another component of this project is an ecological suitability map of bamboo, which will guide the stakeholders in identifying sites for bamboo plantations. And also, the maps that are to be produced here is still subjected for ground truthing because this inventory uses the remote sensing and GIS technology. And also next is the mining areas. It's through the pronouncement of Secretary Cimatu, of which he encouraged the mining companies to use bamboo as planting material in their respective mine rehabilitation programs, of which the MGB has promptly responded by allocating at least 20% of their mining area to bamboo plantation. So like what has Director Moncano has reported earlier, the mining sector has notable accomplishments in regreening the mined out areas using bamboo, and they have been innovating different approaches to make these plantations in degraded areas thrive and prosper. So the DENR, to advocate the planting and utilization of bamboo, the DENR is easing the process of the transport of bamboo to one location to another. Just recently, Secretary Cimatu has issued DAO number 2021-26 on the rules and regulations governing the establishment, harvesting, and transport of bamboo. And this DAO only requires the bamboo farmers and bamboo plantation owners found within private lands and public forest lands to register their bamboo plantations to the DENR. And this registration certificate will serve as both the harvesting and transporting document for their bamboo poles. It also aims to create an integrated bamboo information network system to address the issue of the availability of data on bamboo resources nationwide. And the system shall be the source of information of the bamboo industry and the general public on bamboo supply and demand status, location of the farm, and processors, prevailing prices, and bamboo resources, among others. Now, for our advocacies and campaigns, the DENR and the Forest Management Bureau would like to invite everyone to participate and celebrate with us during this Bamboo Month. We have lined up activities in support in celebration of the Bamboo Month, in line with the Philippine Bamboo Industry Development Council's 2021 theme, Alay ng Bayan sa Inang Kalakasan, Kawayan. And we have launched a photo contest for submission of entries on August 17. Submission of entries started on August 17 and has ended last August 31. We have gathered 389 photo entries and is now currently the top 20 photos is currently posted on our FMB Facebook page for People's Choice Award. Another activity is we will be hosting a virtual fair for 4 days to commence on September 21 to 24 to showcase DENR's initiatives on bamboo, as well as the industry players' contribution to the environment through bamboo. There will be virtual booths that will be established in the virtual fair. And anyone who is interested may send their promotional materials to us so that we can include it in the virtual fairs. This virtual fair will be open and can be accessed by the public through online registration for free. So we would like, and next is on September 17, we would like to invite everyone to our simultaneous bamboo planting activity. It's one day ahead of the World Celebration of Bamboo Day on September 18, and we will be planting bamboo at our designated ENGP sites all over the country. So you can check our FMB page for the available sites, and you may contact our nearest Centro or Penro if any one of you wants to join this simultaneous bamboo planting on September 17. So you can check our FMB page for more details. And of course, the FMB po is one with the mining sector in greening back the degraded and denuded forest through the use of sustainable resources like bamboo. Thank you very much po for your attention.
Thank you very much, Ms. Yanesa. Our last speaker from the DNR is the Director of the Ecosystems Research and Development Bureau. He will talk about bamboo propagation and plantation establishment. Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Henry A. Adornado.
Bamboo, known as the poor man's lumber. It is considered as green gold all over the world by many bamboo enthusiasts. There are 1,200 species of bamboo belonging to about 80 genera, and the Philippines has an estimated 70 different species of bamboo, which belongs to 18 genera, and 21 of which are endemic. Bamboo is the tallest member of the Gramineae, which is also known as Poaceae family, and it is known for its fast-growing characteristic and multiple uses. For the above ground, the culm consists of the leaves, branches, and the segmented pole composed of nodes and internodes. For the below ground, the rhizome can be found. It is the foundation of the culm and has two types: the sympodial or pachymorph and monopodial or leptomorph. Bamboo can be propagated in the following ways: by seeds, culm cuttings, branches, rhizomes, and tissue culture. Kawayan tinik is a species of bamboo that can be propagated using culm cuttings. An example of bamboo species that can be propagated using branches is giant bamboo. Planting stock production. In selecting and preparing the planting materials, it is important not to damage the bud in the nodes. Using a handsaw or kabig, cut the selected culm above the first node from the ground level and remove the branches and foliages, leaving at least 2 internode branches. Culms that are 1.5 years up to 2 years of age are selected from a healthy bamboo clump. The one-node cutting consists of a node with a long open internode and a portion of the branch to produce more planting stocks. However, a two-node planting stock has one pole internode and an open internode in the end. It is more advantageous when frequent watering is not possible. Cuttings should be potted immediately after being prepared. The size of the bags varies depending on the size of the cuttings. The bags should have small holes on its lower portion in order to allow good drainage and aeration. For the potting media, topsoil is advisable to use since it contains high organic content. It is then mixed with carbonized and fresh rice hull. Sterilizing the soil mixture helps in preventing harmful soil microorganisms. The lower third of the polyethylene bag should be filled with the soil before placing the bamboo cuttings vertically in the center. Then fill the bag with soil. Place the potted cuttings in a partially shaded area for 1 month. During the first 20 days in the nursery, the potted cuttings must be watered regularly to maintain soil moisture and to ensure that the open internode is always filled with water. Then gradually expose them to sunlight. After 6 weeks, all the rooted propagules with sprouts should be exposed to full sunlight in order to improve growth. This is the hardening phase. In 6 to 8 months, the rooted bamboo plants are ready for transplanting in the field. In preparing the plantation site, there are steps to be followed. 1. Sketching. Sketch the main features of planting site such as accessibility, water sources, and slopes. The sketch shows the exact location, size, and form of the planting site. 2. Staking. The four corners of the planting sites are marked with long poles. The recommended spacing for bamboo is 7 meters by 7 meters. If the site is large, it is recommended to divide it into 100 meter by 100 meter section. For riverbank stabilization, the Cuencang method is used. It is done by planting the bamboo 5 meters by 5 meters apart in a diamond-like shape. 3. Field layout. The field layout of planting poles is made by establishing a pair of lines that run along the boundaries of the plantation site and they are perpendicular to one another. 4. Clear the area from the weeds and other unwanted trees or plants. And lastly, prepare the planting holes. 60 cm by 60 cm is the recommended size for the holes. In marginal areas, 40 cm by 40 cm is used. Planting. Done on the onset of rainy days to allow the bamboo plants to develop their root system before the start of dry season. After 6 months in the nursery, the potted bamboo plants are brought to the planting site and placed beside the planting poles. The height of the potted plant can already be 50 centimeters to 1 meter high and have a well-developed root system. Cut the plastic bag of the rooted plant and carefully remove it without disturbing the root system. Place the bamboo plant vertically in the hole and fill it up with topsoil. Gently compress the surface soil around the plant and cover it with mulch, either with straw cut, grasses, or other organic materials. Protection and management. Conduct ring weeding and strip brushing to reduce competition between weeds and bamboo plants. Apply fertilizer to the planted propagules and cover them with mulch to reduce water loss from the soil and supply the plant with nutrients. Replace dead plants immediately. Water the plants frequently during the days without rain or if they show signs of wilting. If the plantation is located in an area with long dry season, it is advisable to have fire break along the plantation. Fire breaks are established by clearing 5 meters up to 10 meters strip of grasses and other inflammable materials. Harvesting is done at the start of the rainy season or second half of the dry season. During this time, most of the nutrients of the bamboo are in the rhizome. Clumps should be cut at 5 to 10 centimeters above ground, just about first node. Bamboo that are used for construction materials, furniture, and fish pens such as bayog, bolo, kawayang kiling, kawayang tinik, and kayali should be harvested when it is 4 to 6 years old. If bamboo will be used as banana props and for pulp making, 3-year-old bolo, laak, and kayali should be harvested. Commercial bamboo species are readily marketable as construction materials and raw materials for furniture and handcraft industries. Bamboo yards can be found in the provinces as market outlet, while bamboo poles can be bought at the plantation site. Prices of poles may vary by region depending on the bamboo species. In Luzon, the average price is 80 to 100 pesos per pole. This would generate an income of 80,000 up to 100,000 per hectare. The production of pole is expected to increase as the plantation matures.
Thank you very much, Dr. Adornado. And thank you again to the other speakers from the DNR, the agency responsible for ensuring a steady supply of bamboo raw materials for the country. We now proceed to the research and development portion of the bamboo industry value chain. Our next speaker is the chair of the Department of Biology of the Adventist University of the Philippines. He is also a member of the Biological Science Division of the National Research Council of the Philippines. He will talk about bioremediation, microbial-based researches and technologies on greening mined-out areas in the Philippines. Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Orlex B. Yllano.
Mabuhay mga kabambu! To our distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. First, I would like to thank the organizers for the kind invitation to speak in this important webinar on bamboo economics and initiatives, reimagine mining into social enterprises. Bamboo is life. This picture reminds me of my childhood days in the province. We lived near the river and I admired the beautiful bamboos aligned at the river bank. Bamboos prevent soil erosion, integral part of our shelter, and the popular firewood in our community. At this juncture, let me share the topic on bioremediation-based researches and technologies in greening mined-out areas in the Philippines. To provide us a better perspective of remediation, let us first have an overview of the mines in the country. Based on the report of MGB DNR, mining in the country mainly focused on copper, gold, nickel, chromium, iron, and non-metallic mines. Further, abandoned mines primarily extracted iron, copper, gold, mercury, and chromite. Thus, these are the target heavy metals for bioremediation. Currently, there are diverse remediation approaches in cleaning mined-out areas. Soil incineration, excavation, soil washing, solidification, and the use of electric field are some of the mechanical and physico-chemical techniques that are less efficient, costly, destructive, and can generate secondary pollution. So what are the remediation technologies that are cost-effective, efficient, sustainable, and environment-friendly? Based on current research, phytoremediation, bioremediation, and amelioration are among the promising remediation techniques in rehabilitating mined-out areas. Our amelioration studies show that beneficial compounds could enhance plants' growth and enhance bioaccumulation of heavy metals in the tissues of plants. We also studied how plants could bioaccumulate and bioconcentrate heavy metals from the soil to the root and shoot tissues. We also determined the anatomical and physiological responses of selected plants to heavy metal. We also analyzed the native and other plant species belonging to the family Poaceae. Bamboos and these species belong to the same family, thus they share common biological attributes. Our group identified 29 lead-tolerant species and 8 species that can hyperaccumulate lead in their tissues. Currently, only limited studies have been done on the phytoremediation potential of bamboos. 2 years ago, Cho et al. Analyzed the copper uptake of Bambusa myriliana, Bambusa blumiana, and Dendrocalamus asper. Their results revealed that D. asper, the black one, could accumulate high copper concentration and is a potential copper hyperaccumulator species. The group of Dr. Bian determined the Muso bamboos could bioconcentrate high amounts of copper, lead, cadmium, zinc in their root tissues, while Blastus fortunei can phytoextract lead from the soil towards the leaf tissues. In terms of amelioration techniques, researchers from Biotech UPLB had discovered and formulated various soil amendments to enhance the bioremediation process. The group of Gangan utilized microbial symbiosis and soil amendments as rehabilitation strategies in copper mine. Interestingly, narrow seedlings amended with mycorrhiza, fungi, and symbiotic nitrogen-fixing bacteria enhanced lead and zinc bioaccumulation as shown in the table. Another promising technique is the use of genetically engineered plants to enhance phytostabilization, phytoextraction, phytovolatilization, and phytofiltration of heavy metals and organic compounds. These include the introduction of phytocalatin, methylthionine, metal transporting genes, and the like to the target plant. Genetically engineered poplar trees are now being studied as promising phytoremediation species for heavy metal and organic waste contaminated sites. Bamboos are indeed promising candidate phytoremediation species due to their rich genetic diversity, amenable to bioremediation protocols, and possess phytoremediation attributes. However, more research must be done to validate the phytoremediation potential of bamboos in the Philippines. For recommendation, we need to strengthen research collaborations among the different sectors, communicate relevant research findings to various stakeholders, and develop research-based and evidence-based policies and programs. To end, I would like to acknowledge the organizers, PBIDC, NRCP, and AUP. I wish that these bamboos will reconnect the various sectors of our society as we work together for a better Philippines. Thank you. Mabuhay mga kabambu.
Thank you very much, Dr. Yllano. Our next speaker is the Department of Science and Technology's permanent rep to the PBIDC Technical Working Group and the Deputy Director of the DOST Forest Products Research and Development Institute. He will be talking about post-mining livelihood options and technologies using bamboo as raw materials. Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Rico J. Cabangon.
Warm greetings from the Department of Science and Technology, Forest Products Research and Development Institute. Let me share with you DOST FPRDI's bamboo processing technologies and livelihood opportunities in light of post-mining activities. Bamboo poles can be readily sold after harvesting or process them further to produce slots or splits using either a manual or mechanical process. However, the add-on value for this raw and semi-processed bamboos are quite small. Further basic processing of bamboo can lead to higher value products with improved quality and serviceability, since bamboo can be dimensionally unstable and is highly susceptible to attack of biodeteriorating agents, particularly insects such as the powder post beetle, if not properly dried and treated. These basic techniques are very important in processing bamboo for certain end products and should always be given attention. Air or kiln drying or seasoning are two of the basic techniques in drying. Air drying is a less costly method, but drying of poles from about 70% and reduce it to 18% may take more than 2 months, and the final moisture content cannot go below the equilibrium moisture content in the locality, which is normally 15 to 18% only. Kiln drying, on the other hand, requires considerable investment, but can dry poles within a week, and their final moisture content can be as low as 10 to 12%. At a 200 pieces load capacity, the drying cost is only 20 pesos per pole. Preservation or treatment of bamboo may be administered using chemical, non-chemical, and either through the use of pressure or non-pressure methods. Traditional or non-chemical methods include soaking in water for about a week for strands, smoking to alter the physical and chemical properties of the outer part of the bamboo, drying to reduce moisture not conducive to biodeteriorating agents, and biological method, for example, use of ants to gobble termites. Non-pressure chemical methods include brushing, spraying, and soaking using chemicals to coat the surfaces to block the possible avenues for the biodeteriorating agents to enter and consume the bamboo. These are low investment techniques, and cost of treatment ranges from 8 to 15 pesos per pole. Now, we can produce reliable, dried, and treated poles with only 28 to 35 pesos per pole additional processing cost. Pressure chemical method includes high-pressure sap displacement method. A preservative chemical is introduced in one end of the pole with the use of pressure. Pressure is maintained until the chemicals have replaced the sap in the bamboo and can be ascertained once the chemical had reached the other end of the pole. Treatment cost is around 60 pesos per pole, and the treated poles can be used for construction, and utility poles for applications may be in contact with the ground. Other methods may include modified bushery, which we are further developing with Dr. Tesoro, and sap replacement method, although this is not commonly used in the industry. Other non-chemical methods include thermal modification, wherein the poles are subjected to high temperature to alter the chemical and physical properties of the bamboo that render it dimensionally stable and more resistant to water and biodeteriorating agents. Thermally modified bamboo was used in the highest bamboo sculpture log in the Guinness Book of World Records, which can be found in Bayambang, Pangasinan. Heat treatment is another way of treatment wherein the bamboo should be exposed to a temperature of 56 degrees Celsius and should be maintained to get rid of the insects that may be present in the poles. We have also looked into the development of organic preservatives, and the cashew nut shell liquid, Eucalyptus camadulensis, and Jatropha seeds have shown potential. Piloting is the next step in the use of such organic preservatives before commercialization. With good processing techniques, bamboo is one of the materials that have high potential for high-end furniture for the local and foreign markets. Philippine furniture are internationally renowned due to the excellent Filipino designers and good and excellent executions of the designs. Who would have thought that bolo, a small diameter and thin-walled bamboo, can be used for furniture, and the use of slots in combination with stainless steel as mixed media furniture. Bamboo is used in the construction since time immemorial. The joints between the bamboo poles are the weakest elements in structures. Thus, we have developed a more rigid bamboo jointing system using mortar, steel flat bars, and bolts and nuts. The joint is strong and needs 1.6 tons of load to rupture the said joint, a load equivalent to the weight of a small SUV. Meanwhile, a do-it-yourself bamboo shelter was also developed as a permanent, semi-permanent shelter for the calamity-stricken areas and for resorts and other recreational applications. It is a modular construction system wherein the components can fit in a six-wheeler truck and can be erected by 4 medium workers within 3 to 4 days and cost around 70 to 100,000 pesos depending on the design. Bamboos can be produced into handicrafts such as is used for material for carving, since the preferred species used for wood carving is not readily available nowadays. Sound amplifiers from bamboo have become very popular, and there are existing producers of bamboo musical instruments. We hope that teaching our youth of playing or designing bamboo musical instruments would be part of DepEd's K-12 curriculum. We have presently a big program on documenting, improving, and prototyping bamboo musical instruments. Common forms of engineered bamboo can be produced by gluing together either slats or strips, veneers, woven mats, and the flattened or crushed bamboo. Engineered bamboo from slats are the most common in the Philippines, are used for construction, furniture, particularly DepEd school desks and armchairs, by virtue of Executive Order 879. High-end furniture and handicrafts can be also produced from engineered bamboos. Bamboo veneers, or the paper-like thin sheets of bamboos, are being imported by the country. With the development of the local bamboo veneer lathe, bamboo veneers can now be produced in the country at significantly lower cost. Bamboo veneers are normally used as natural laminates for furniture such as tables, for construction such as in walls, and also engineered bamboo for high-end handicrafts and novelty items. Woven mats, when glued together, can form a panel material which can be used similar to the application of plywood. Recently, FPRDI have developed a bullet-resistant vest using woven mats and 10 thin metal plates and passed the ballistic test for Level 2A body armor. A flattening machine was designed and developed locally to produce flattened or crushed bamboo to improve the processing efficiency compared using traditional manual process. The machine can produce up to 200 square meters of flattened bamboo a day. The flattened bamboo can be used for engineered bamboo production, similar to the applications of engineered bamboo from slabs. During the height of the pandemic in 2020, there was a shortage of PPEs, particularly frame face shields, using locally available materials. It also introduces the bending technology for the frames for permanent bends. To date, there are 3 technology adapters already, and we hope that more bamboo frame face shields shall be produced with the current surge of COVID-19 cases to help mitigate the spread of the virus. Another technology developed for COVID-19 prevention is the antimicrobial soaps with activated charcoal. There are now negotiations in piloting this technology. Bamboo can be produced into charcoal and charcoal briquettes using manual or mechanical process. Developed a charcoaling kiln for the production of high-quality charcoal, which can further be processed into activated carbon for water and air purification as component in medicines and toiletries such as toothpaste and soaps. The kiln is equipped with a device to collect the smoke or pyroligneous liquor, which can be used for soil amelioration in its raw form. Further processing of the liquor can produce an array of products such as antiseptics for general purpose cleaning. At the DOST Philippine Textile Research Institute, we can produce bamboo
Lorraine.
assistance and advisories related to bamboo technical and business development services. We also provide trainings from basic bamboo processing as well as advanced processing finishing techniques and the technologies presented earlier. At this point, we are grateful to the PBIDC for giving DOST FPRDI this opportunity to share what we can offer to the Philippine bamboo industry. Please visit our website, and if you have any concerns not covered in this presentation, questions and clarifications, please email us at the address flashed on the screen. Muli, maraming salamat at mabuhay ang industriya ng kawayan sa Pilipinas.
Thank you very much, Dr. Cabangon. I'd like to now take a few minutes to promote my friend Conrad Pereira's book. It's called Bamboo, the Timber of the 21st Century. In this book, Conrad outlines the bamboo revolution that should be waged across the country to achieve the goal of having a productive, progressive, and dynamic bamboo industry. It is available at the SPAI corporate office located at the E-Hotel Makati along Pasay Road. You can also order a hardback copy for 1,000 pesos only, and it will be delivered to your doorstep anywhere in the country. His email address is on the screen, as well as his mobile numbers. Take them down if you're interested in the book. The ebook version will be launched virtually on September 18, which coincides with the World Bamboo Day. If you have any additional insights gained from our initial lineup of speakers, please share your 1 to 3 word answers to the question, what are the impediments or challenges of the mining industry on fully engaging in the bamboo industry? You can do this through the Menti link shown on the screen and in the chat box. You can also put your burning questions in the chat box, and we will take them up during the open forum and the discussion of issues after the presentations. Our next two speakers come from the Bamboo Bootcamp organization. It provides holistic training on bamboo propagation, processing, construction, and many more applications through their short-term and longer-term workshops alongside their partner communities. Let us learn from the experiences of the founding principal, Rica Janet Villanueva Gadi, and its training curriculum principal, architect Jed De Guzman. Take it away.
Hello, good afternoon, and thank you for the opportunity for us to share about the Bamboo Bootcamp experience. My name is Rica. I'm one of the founders of the Bamboo Bootcamp, and with me here is my partner and co-founder, architect Jed De Guzman. We're here to talk about what you can expect in the Bamboo Bootcamp. The Bamboo Bootcamp is actually a movement. We go where the bamboo is, and through education, we spread the mission of sustainability and biodiversity. And we believe that with bamboo, this is possible. To present bamboo as a viable alternative timber, we believe in explaining and educating about the full supply chain of bamboo, from propagation, post-processing treatment, all the way to full utilization. So of course, the Bamboo Bootcamp is not a two-man show. We have a full team behind us, together with some of our nation's bamboo legends. We all work hand in hand to present the vast possibilities of bamboo. So let me get to the gist of the Bamboo Bootcamp as a workshop. And with that, I will let Jed present to you what the Bamboo Bootcamp workshop is all about.
Thank you, Rica. So Bamboo Bootcamp is about, again, the supply chain, full supply chain of bamboo. And what Bamboo Bootcamp does is we go to where the bamboo is, activate communities there, and create an aspiration. So it's a reverse scale of building structures through a Bayanihan style by tackling bamboo education, from stabilizing the supply through propagation, and also by teaching people how to design with bamboo. And then afterwards, all the treatment techniques that are needed in order to fully post-process bamboo and doing construction with it. And afterwards, we now have a structure that we can present to people, and this becomes an aspiration for them to see that bamboo already has a possibility of creating beautiful structures and at the same time creating different value through bamboo as an alternative timber. So most of our participants range from biodiverse backgrounds coming in, and we're going for enthusiasts, architects, engineers, and even the communities that we are hosting. What we aim to do is to create and jumpstart a community that will embrace bamboo and relearn our roots on how to construct with bamboo. So here we are seeing the Matigsalog tribe going up, creating structures for us in Buda, Davao. And this is happening within the span of a year. And going forward, we teach them different techniques on design, and also usage of tools, and combining modern techniques with indigenous and style of construction. Most of our participants coincided with the construction of structure. We also teach handicrafts and also furniture making side by side as part of the workstations for Bamboo Bootcamp. And this creates value for collaboration and more opportunities for the community to experience what bamboo can offer by tackling all the supply chain. So more modern techniques combining with indigenous style of construction, and this can happen to different parts of the Philippines, not just in Mindanao. So in the long run, we plan to do this in different parts of the Philippines. So where the bamboo is, where a community can be activated with, that's what Bamboo Bootcamp does well. So now we give the floor again to Rika to just discuss some of the activities for Bamboo Bootcamp. So with Bamboo Bootcamp, we plan to bridge the gap between Philippines and the locals and the global scene. And hopefully we will be able to catch up within the next 10 years. Okay. So now I give the floor back to Rika.
Amen to that. We're really excited as a collective to see a lot more bamboo structures rise in the entire Philippines. I think that we just need to get people to feel more confident with the material, to trust it, and to be able to build with it. So, I'm just going to share a small tidbit that unfortunately, now that we're building in our headquarters in Buda, Davao, we're seeing that the supply is really where our challenges lie. So at this time, as an organization, we're really pushing for more propagation and for more people to grow so that the supply can be normalized and that there's a more steady supply of bamboo so that we're able to build more. And that's really where most of our bottleneck is happening at the moment. So here we are now at the end of our presentation. We have some bamboo boot camps coming up this year. We have one in Siargao, October 1 through 9th. We hope you can join us. For more information, you can come check us out at bamboobootcamp.org. We also have a Facebook page, Bamboo Bootcamp. And before we end, we'd like to show you a very short video clip of what our bootcamp is about. We hope that we provided you with enough information, and we look forward to meeting and seeing you all at one of our bootcamps. Thank you again for this opportunity. Jed and I are grateful for the chance to be here with you guys. We hope you have a good rest of the day. Thank you.
So far, my experience at this workshop has been mind-blowing. I never thought that I would actually be working, building something. My dream has always been to build my own house. So now I now have the skills to do that, and I'm on my way. All the modules are so important. They all lead to to the skill, all the skills that we need to work with bamboo. So it's hard to say which one is most important. They're all important, but which one I most enjoy is the building part, the construction, working with my hands, working with the actual bamboo and seeing it being lifted and put into place.
So it's still falling in love with bamboo, which is not as simple as it seems, because it's actually falling in love with nature, with the environment, with using the resources around us, with conserving what God gives us. It's falling in love with indigenous people. Well, it's falling in love with creation.
Thank you very much, Ms. Rica Gadi and Architect Jed de Guzman. I'm very excited to visit you in Marahan in Buda on my future trip to Davao City. I'm from that city, so it should be an easy thing for me to do when this pandemic is lifted and I can travel again. It's really most admirable what you're doing with this boot camp project of yours. I want to enlist and sign up for a future boot camp. Now, next on our discussion is very important because it's about where you can get funding from government banking institutions. So what we have here are financial assistance programs of our government financial institutions for community-based bamboo enterprises within the mining tenements and adjacent public land. Ladies and gentlemen, let us discover these programs, including the Sulong Saka program of the Land Bank of the Philippines, the Agroforestry Plantation program of the DBP, and the Bayanihan Cares program of the Small Business Corporation. Take it away.
The Land Bank of the Philippines continues to aggressively support the country's agriculture and fishery sectors. In 2020, our total outstanding loans to agriculture reached 237.62 billion pesos, and we've assisted a cumulative total of 2,670,849 farmers and fishers. For the bamboo sector alone, Land Bank extended 39.75 million pesos in credit assistance. We assisted the manufacturing and retail sale of bamboo products. And in our efforts to reach more farmers and other players in the industry value chain, we offer several lending programs depending on their needs. One such lending program is the Sulong Saka program. Also known as the High Value Crops Financing Program, Sulong Saka aims to provide credit assistance to qualified stakeholders to support their production, processing, and marketing of high-value crops such as banana, cacao, coffee, rubber, and bamboo. Sulong Saka is available to individual small farmers, cooperatives, and farmers' associations, small and medium enterprises, local government units, non-governmental organizations, large agribusiness or corporations, countryside financial institutions, and microfinance institutions, without any existing loan with Land Bank or any of our conduits for the same project. To be eligible, small farm holders need to have at least half hectare to 5 hectares of land that they are actually tilling or directly supervising the farming activities, either as a landowner or a leaseholder. They also need to have an identified market. Eligible projects include the production of high-value crops, the establishment of nursery gardens, establishment of a new plantation, or the replanting, rejuvenation, or rehabilitation of existing ones. Post-harvest activities and processing, or manufacturing of products, and trading and marketing. To support these projects, the loan will be provided for crop production, working capital, acquisition of fixed assets such as processing facilities and equipment, and warehouse or building construction. For cooperatives, farmers associations, and CFIs, Sulong Saka may also provide rediscounting facilities for working capital. Interested farmers may avail of up to 90% of their total project cost at a fixed 5% interest rate per annum. Meanwhile, other eligible borrowers can borrow up to 80% of the total project cost at interest rate based on prevailing market benchmark rate. As of end December 2020, And for various high-value crops, a total of 17.15 billion pesos has been cumulatively released under the Sulong Saka. Meanwhile, outstanding loans, as of the same period, amounted to 11.30 billion pesos. Apply and avail of the Sulong Saka. You may visit or call the nearest Land Bank Lending Center, branch, or Agri-Hub so we can further assist you.
Advancing its mission of sustainable development, DBP provides financing and technical assistance to projects that will boost the Philippine wood-based industries and further revitalize forestry investments in the Philippines. The bank implements the DBP Agroforestry Plantation Program, a credit assistance for the development, expansion, harvesting, processing, maintenance, and protection of industrial forest-based plantations in qualified private and public lands consisting of at least 5 to 40,000 hectares of open area. Duly registered enterprises, local government units, tenure holders, and people's organizations and PO Federation are eligible to borrow under the program. For private land development, eligible borrowers must secure Certificate of Tree Plantation Ownership from DENR, while for projects utilizing public lands, borrowers must have valid tenurial agreement and approved management plan. Through the APP, the bank may finance the borrower's working capital requirements, acquisition of machinery and equipment, as well as the establishment of facilities. The eligible species that can be financed under the APP are roundwood, rattan, fuelwood, coffee, woody biomass, cacao, bamboo, rubber, and other fruit-bearing trees. The loan can be utilized to finance the cost of tree plantation and agroforestry projects including plantation development, plantation expansion, plantation maintenance and protection, acquisition of pre-harvest and post-harvest equipment, harvesting of mature species, establishment of facilities, development of project site as ecotourism destination. Under this program, the borrower can loan up to a maximum of 80% of the total project cost, while LGUs can loan up to a maximum of 90% of the total project cost or the winning bid price, whichever is lower. The program also offers flexible repayment terms depending on the credit facility. The basic documentary requirements are
Magandang hapon po. I'm Vivian De Chavez and I present to you the Bayanihan Cares Program of Small Business Corporation. The Bayanihan to Recover as One Act, or Bayanihan 2, directed SB Corporation to expand its existing loan programs for MSMEs, cooperatives, hospitals, tourism, and OFWs affected by COVID-19 pandemic and by other socio-economic reversals. 10 billion pesos stimulus fund has been allocated for SB Corp to manage. Who are qualified to borrow under the Bayanihan Cares? 1. Borrower enterprise must be majority owned by a Filipino citizen. 2. Must be in operation for a minimum of 1 year. The borrower must be the registered owner of the business for sole proprietorship, managing director for partnership, and president or CEO for corporation. Must have a valid bank or electronic money account with an InstaPay or Pesonet participating financial institution. Must have no unresolved major negative credit findings on the enterprise, the registered business owner, managing director or president, and CEO. How much can be borrowed under the program? In the determination of the loan amount, we categorize the applicants into two types. One is with BIR filed financial statements, and the other is without BIR filed financial statements. For those with BIR filed financial statements, the maximum loanable amount is based on the size of the enterprise. For micro, with asset size of up to 3 million, the maximum loanable amount is 600,000 pesos. For small, with asset size of over 3 million but not exceeding 15 million, the maximum loanable amount is 3 million pesos, and for medium, with asset size of over 15 million but not over 100 million, the maximum loanable amount is 5 million pesos. However, the loan amount should not exceed 15% of annual sales and 20% of asset size, whichever is lower. For the second type, which is without BIR filed financial statements, the loanable amount is based on the estimated value of the assets shown on the photos and videos submitted by the applicant. As shown on the table here, for an asset size of 50,000, the borrower can borrow 10,000 pesos and so on. Loan under the Bayanihan Cares has no interest and no collateral. However, we charge a one-time service fee, and the service fee is dependent on the term of the loan. The maximum term is 48 months or 4 years with a maximum grace period of 12 months. For a term of 6 to 12 months, service fee is 4%, 18 to 24 months, 6%, 30 to 36 months, 7.5%, and 42 to 48 months, 8%. The service fee is deducted from the loan proceeds. How to apply? For those with BIR filed financial statements, you need to prepare the requirements, scan or take a photo of the following: BIR filed financial statements for 2018 and 2019, including the BIR Form 1701 for single proprietorship and 1702 for corporation, balance sheet and income statement, government-issued ID, bank account or electronic money account, and secretary's certificate for partnership and corporation. For those without BIR filed financial statements, in addition to the government-issued ID, bank account, and secretary certificate for partnership and corporation, the applicant needs to submit barangay business permit or mayor's permit and photos and videos showing the assets of the business. The application is done online and all the requirements should be uploaded to the system. The applicant needs to access the link bayanihancares.ph and create an account. In creating the account, the applicant needs to have a valid email address, password, and a working mobile number. Upon submission of the application, it will pass through the following assessment stages. Number 1 is credit information assessment for the credit standing. 2, borrower information assessment for the validation of data and documents submitted. And number 3, financial performance assessment for the credit or loan evaluation and loan recommendation and approval. The applicant will receive an email notification on the status of the application under each stage. For more information about the program, please visit our website at www.spgfc.org.ph or call our hotline as shown on the screen. Maraming salamat po at mabuhay po kayo.
Thank you very much, DBP, Land Bank of the Philippines, and Small Business Corporation for your most valuable inputs. I'm sure you will be receiving a lot of inquiries as a result of your presentation today. Let's now move on to discussing various bamboo success stories all over the Philippines. To start, let us take a glimpse of how engineered bamboo processing is done on a small scale and, in contrast, in a large scale. Let's hear from Mr. Bernard Baoing, President of CS First Green Agri-Industrial Development, Inc., on their processes for creating bamboo planks on a large scale.
Good day, everyone. To our beloved special guest for this event, DENR Secretary Cimatu, DTI Secretary Ramon Lopez, our friend Mr. Isidro Alcantara, Honorable D.V. Savellano, Mr. Boots Madarang of Philippine Bamboo Industry, and other bamboo experts, advocates, and entrepreneurs. Our founder and mentor, Mayor Cesar Tiquiabao, would like to extend his greetings. Happy World Bamboo Month to all of you. Thank you for this opportunity to share with you our experience and innovation for the establishment of our pioneering industrial bamboo plantation in the country, covering 10,651 hectares in the province of Pangasinan. In our experience in acquiring a large area for industrial bamboo plantation through IFMA, took 7 years before the approval of the IFMA. We applied the area in 2012 and were approved in 2019. However, we understand the reason why our application was pending due to the pending issuance of IFMA policy. We would like to address this to Philippine Bamboo Industry Council to consider our proposal to create one-stop shop for the application of tenorial instrument suitable for bamboo plantation. This will address our problem for the scarcity of bamboo, raw material, and fast development tool for our national greening program. Things to consider for industrial bamboo plantation establishment. First, plantation design and planning is the basic tool to start a plantation. Establishment of access road, fire lines, farmer bunkhouses, and irrigation must priority before starting planting bamboo. This is to ensure the high performance of the plantation. In other countries like China and Thailand, the government will construct for the roads, irrigation, while the investors focus in the plantation and processing plant. Maybe in the near future, the Philippine Bamboo Industry Development Council will do this in our country. Secondly, the proper propagation for bamboo planting stocks. Most important is the planting material must achieve 5 to 6 months to fully develop its root system and shoot before outplanting in the fields. Third, the planting design in accordance to soil characteristics, topography must consider. We focus in the responsibility of our farmer to maintain and protect the planted bamboo, like watering, application of fertilizer, cultivation, and weeding, but we provide them minimum salary with SSS, PhilHealth, pag-ibig, and incentive pay to ensure the high percentage of survival rate. This is the product of our industrial bamboo plantation that attain 98% survival rate. In our experience, 2 years to develop its clump structure before it shoots, produce 3 to 4 shoots per pole considering the area is barren land and mountainous. Shoot can grow as fast as 5 inches to 8 inches per week. Our innovations for the bamboo industry in the province of Pangasinan. With our innovation to encourage more farmers to grow bamboo is we established pilot bamboo processing plant for us to do product development of bamboo. And with the initiative of Mayor Cesar Tiquiabao and his wife, Mayor Rene, to conceptualize and build up the tallest bamboo structure in the world, the St. Vincent Ferrer bamboo statue, which we believe that bamboo is good as steel. This is our commitment, inspiring opportunities, greening the environment. Maraming salamat. Bambuhay!
Thank you very much, Mr. Bernard Bauing. Now let's hear from Mr. Robert Palomares, the designer and developer of Home Biz Crafts. He will talk about his backyard engineered bamboo process in Mindanao.
Mayong hapon sa tanan, and thank you for inviting me here. This afternoon, I would like to present some products I made through home-based craft based in Iligan City. This, I believe, that this has also contributed our bamboo industry value chain. I am personally advocating backyard bamboo processing on the belief that we have sufficient supplies of bamboo stands that remains unattended and even worse, neglected. Although we are thankful for the inclusion of bamboo in the National Greening Program by the DENR, but I believe these are directed towards addressing more on environmental issues. Only few individuals are engaged in large-scale production for industrial purposes. We are concerned and want to help the plight of bamboo farmers and improve their living through introduction of bamboo product innovations and eventually create jobs in the countryside. Appreciating engineered bamboo products as substitute wood-based products, I would like to show her some of my products made that introduces new concept that adds value to the bamboo products. Dito makita natin ang bamboo stands sa farmlands, bamboo farmlands. First is you have to select the matured ones, matured bamboo poles for harvesting, then transport these poles to the node center for processing into bamboo slats. So ito talaga ang mga produkto natin sa ating primary processing center, itong treated bamboo slats, treated and dried bamboo slats. Then this is brought to hub center for further processing into planks, slabs, and panel forms. These are some of the new concept products I say that adds also value to some bamboo products. Flooring planks and step boards, panel boards, top boards, furniture sets for panel boards, and panel doors, furniture set. Kita natin rito, iba't ibang klaseng mga produkto na ginawa natin. Also, ito, furniture accents from laminated blocks. Okay, for laminated blocks to panel doors. We also supplied depth furnitures. Then some customized furniture set, with bended slats. Laminated boards, assorted laminated boards. Accents. We also have the crushed bamboo boards, for customized furniture set. Then also bamboo poles and slabs for construction materials, as you can see here. And of course, for customized slats intended for ceiling and blinds, dividers, the panel boards. Again, we could also make plaques and some novelty items, pendants and lampshades. The cuttings, however, can also made into bricks and frames. Now, with regards to the mining industries, we have a special, meron kami mga special product items, especially designed as requested by the Republic Cement Mindanao Incorporated through their Social Development and Management Program in the collaboration with the DENR Regional Office 10 through Environmental Protection and Enhancement Program. Gumawa kami ng mga cutlery products for quarry farmers. So ito ang mga gawang kitchen utensils, which is specifically intended for the quarry farmers of the Republic Cement Mindanao Incorporated. So dito lang muna tayo, and again, thank you for inviting me. Good afternoon.
Daghang salamat, Mr. Palomares. I look forward to meeting up with you again one of these days. Last but not the least, let us hear from an actual case study or studies and happenings on the ground. And this is brought to us by the OIC Senior Vice President, Rolando Santos of Mark Ventures Mining and Development Corporation, as well as Forester Earl John Gascon of Hinatuan Mining Corporation, who will discuss their respective bamboo programs. Take it away.
Bamboo as sustainable livelihood. Bamboo. We all know that bamboo is a fast-growing species. It is renewable and extremely versatile. It has countless uses in construction, textile, food, and fuel. But for Mark Ventures, bamboo plays a meaningful role. It means sustainable livelihood for the community. Even before DENR required mining companies to allot portions of their mined-out areas to bamboo, Mark Ventures has been inspired by its major contribution to the global industry. Bamboo has always been at the forefront of our mine rehabilitation plans. As we restore the mined-out area to its natural state, it is important that we live a sustainable livelihood for our communities. After all, they have been our partners throughout this journey. We started our bamboo plantation development in 2017. Our goal is to provide resources and train communities to grow their own plantations, and when they are ready, we will send professionals to train them how to manage their own bamboo business. The program covers 3 phases. It began with the establishment of a demonstration plantation, followed by business development and market research initiatives. The holistic approach covers all areas of enterprise. Aside from teaching communities how to grow healthy bamboo nurseries, they will be trained on how to run their own business. We are proud to report that our bamboo seedlings in our mining tenement in Surigao are growing tall and healthy. To date, we have planted a total of 30,875 bamboo seedlings within the mining tenement, covering 60.37 hectares. Currently, growing are kawayan, tinik, and giant bamboo to commercially viable varieties. Aside from its many industry uses, bamboo is an effective tool in addressing soil erosion, landslide, and flooding our common problem in the mine site. As you can see, bamboo truly has a special place in our hearts. We are very fortunate to be amongst all of you here, a special group of bamboo believers. Our project still has a long way to go, and with your support and enthusiasm, we know we are on the right track. Thank you very much, and more power.
Mark Ventures Mining and Development Corporation is a wholly owned subsidiary of Mark Ventures Holdings Incorporated that owns a nickel mine operating in Surigao del Sur. Committed to sustainable future, Mark Ventures Mining and Development Corporation makes bamboo farming the heart of its mining rehabilitation program. Mark Ventures has its own bamboo plantation development program in Surigao del Sur, which seeks to develop an income-generating bamboo business for MMDC's host communities as part of the company's mine rehabilitation plan.
In 2019, DENR Secretary Cimatu instructed all mining companies through the Mines and Geosciences Bureau to allocate at least 10% of the mined-out area for bamboo plantation. This is to help boost the country's economy. With the economic impact of the pandemic, Secretary Cimatu has instructed all mining companies to allocate an additional 10% of the declared final mining area, bringing the total target bamboo plantation area at least 20%. As mining company recognized for having the largest bamboo plantation area, we want our rehabilitation to not only focus on the restoration and regreening, but also to reforest for a sustainable future, a sustainable livelihood for the community after the mine. We are proud that our bamboo plants have shown satisfactory growth, and at present, there are 30,875 bamboo plants growing inside the company's permit area, as well as roadside berms and riparian zones.
Considered as the green gold of life and grass of hope, bamboo is considered to have the highest environmental benefit as it can release up to 35% more oxygen than any other trees and can sequester up to 12 metric tons of carbon dioxide per hectare.
Kini nga plantation sa bamboo diri sa mine-out area nagsugod katong 2018. Sa maong na-observe, ang growth sa bamboo lahi ra gyud ang gitanom sa duol sa tubig ug ang gitanom sa bukid. Naghimo kami og growth measurement assessment sa mga bamboo plantation. Sulod sa isa ka bulan, 0.16 cm ang maong tubo sa tanom. Isa kini sa nahimong challenges sa company tungod sa kakulangan sa tubig ug kabagtok sa lupa. Ang gihimo sa company aron sa pag-maintain sa maong plantation kay ang pag-adlaw-adlaw na pagbisbis gamit ang water trucks, pag-fertilized ag pag-cultivate sa plantation kaduha sa isa ka tuig.
Since 2018, the company has spent over 978,335 pesos and 83 centavos from production to outplanting of the bamboo cuttings.
Ang mga klase sa kawayan nga among ginakolekta mao ang kajali, patong ug kawayan tinik. Nami lokal nga ginakuhaan sa mga cuttings sa kawayan sulod sa tenement sa Mark Ventures. Sa pagpatubo sa bamboo, gikan sa pagkolekta, una, ginahinloan usa ang cuttings ug huluman og tubig sulod sa usa ka adlaw. Human, ipating na ang bamboo cuttings sa pating bag nga naay yuta, sinagulan ug vermicast. Ang bamboo nagkinahanglan og saktong supply sa tubig aron dali modako. Kaduha sa isa ka adlaw kung magbusag ang among ginahimo aron dili mga laos ang mga bagong patings.
As the fastest growing canopy for regreening of degraded land, bamboos can be developed into furniture and can be used in fiber, clothing, pulp and paper production, food ingredients, beauty products, architecture, and construction. Mark Ventures Mining and Development Corporation aims to restore and regreen and reforest for a sustainable future its mined-out areas. Mark Ventures envisions a successful local bamboo industry that is profitable for the community, a sustainable business that is good for the environment, one that will last long even after the end of its mine life. Mark Ventures Mining and Development Corporation is committed to prove that through responsible practices, mining, nature, and the community around it can coexist harmoniously.
Hello everyone! I am Earl John A. Gascon, the company forester for Hinatuan Mining Corporation. Planting of bamboo is a significant part of the greening program of HMC that we started as early as 2017. More than 60 bamboo species are known to grow in the Philippines.
Currently, HMC has planted the economically important species of the giant bamboo and the indigenous Kawayan Tinik, covering 33 plus hectares of mined-out area. The Philippines is among the largest bamboo exporters in the world. Experts say the Philippines' bamboo-based furniture industry has a growth rate of 15% per year, while the bamboo-based handicraft industry has a growth rate of 7% per year. In terms of mine rehabilitation and reforestation, study shows that bamboo can produce as much as 35% more oxygen than a timber stand and can sequester as much as 12 tons of carbon dioxide per hectare per year. Also, bamboo is fast-growing, is best for preventing soil erosion, and can improve soil properties, which are of significant value in mine rehabilitation.
The quality of the planting material is vital to the success of bamboo plantation establishment. It greatly affects the survival rate, growth performance, and the quality of bamboo it produces. That is why HMC Bamboo Nursery ensures to produce good quality bamboo propagules to support its reforestation and rehabilitation activities.
Selecting a vigorous bamboo source for propagation is one of the factors we consider. Superior phenotypic and genotypic characteristics of bamboo sources produce good quality stocks. The process of preparing the planting material is as important as choosing the source. Correct handling, cutting, and pre-planting treatment should be carefully done to ensure that the process won't affect the quality of the material. On the other hand, we give emphasis on the preparation and quality of the soil media we use in bamboo propagation. We guarantee that the soil media can sufficiently supply the nutrients needed by the bamboo. We utilize a mixture of organic materials such as rice hull, chicken manure, and vermicompost as our potting media. Part of our maintenance activities are application of biofertilizers through foliar application, weeding to eliminate nutrient competition, regular watering to suffice the water requirement, and pest management to prevent any pest infestation. We ensure that the bamboos are fully equipped before planting to the mined-out areas.
HMC's bamboo plantation has expanded through the years and is now covering about 12% of its final mine rehabilitation areas, with some 8,243 clumps and counting of Dendrocalamus asper or giant bamboo and Bambusa blumiana or Kawayang Tinik.
To achieve an abundant growth, HMC trains its personnel to become enthusiastic in the faithful care and maintenance of the bamboos planted, applying scientific and well-rounded approach in revolutionizing a healthier bamboo industry for mining and our partner communities.
Thank you very much. Daghang salamat to Mark Ventures and to Hinatuan Mining for their wonderful presentations. We will now proceed to the Q&A section of our program today. I have with me a number of very interesting questions, and let's get right to it. I know that there are on standby a number of speakers who presented their videos, but who are present or represented at least by other representatives from their organizations to field whatever questions are asked today that are relevant to their particular topic or expertise. So let me start with the first question from a Mr. Reynaldo San Juan. Besides the economic and ecological contribution of planting bamboo, is there any study of the possibility of the phytoremediation of the polluted soil, particularly the tailings from minings by the Philippine bamboo? And this will greatly make a good link between bamboo and mining. I guess he's asking whether we have done any studies where bamboo can actually detoxify soil that contains any remaining metals from mining activities. Who is able to answer that? Somebody from the DENR, perhaps?
Hello, attorney.
Yes.
Good afternoon po. This is Orlex Yllano.
Yes.
Yes, sir. Well, currently in the Philippines, we have a dearth or limited studies on the phytoremediation potentials of our Philippine bamboos. So we have only a limited study. There was a study on the species Dendrocalamus asper, which found to hyperaccumulate copper. Some studies were done in China. They did studies on Pleoblastus fortunei as well as the Moso bamboos, and they found out that those species could phytostabilize and can hyperaccumulate zinc, lead, copper, cadmium to its roots as well as its shoot tissues. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Yllano. I have another question, but it is not a question at this time, and it's a comment from Bob Tinsay, who is a very active proponent of bamboo in Bukidnon.
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
ERDB po, Director Adornado.
Okay, thank you.
Sir, just in relation to the previous question, if there is a study already in the Philippines, the ERDB conducted po somewhere in Baguio, Felix Mining, using the bamboo as phytoremediation. And I'm not just familiar on the specific results, but we can inform, we can provide the result, the distinguished person who asked the questions.
Do you saying you have a study that's already completed or are still ongoing?
Completed, sir, in Baguio about bamboo as phytoremediation.
Oh, fantastic! So what you have done is probably identified specific species for specific phytoremediation
yes,
problems.
I will just double check that particular species so I can provide somebody who asked the questions.
Oh, thank you. So maybe you could direct the information to us, and then we will make sure that we will get it over to Reynaldo San Juan.
Yes, sir. I'll put in the chat box.
And maybe share it with everybody, because this is a very vital piece of information for all the mining companies. No?
Leo, can I say something?
Yes, Butch.
There was a complete study presented in the China ASEAN Mining Forum in Nanning in 2019. And one of the papers was, in fact, mining using phytoremediation. It goes beyond remediation. They said, the presenters, either Chinese or Indonesian, that you can use, after planting it, you can actually harvest and extract some of the metal. So I suppose that can be researched. I've forgotten it already. It was Mr. Attorney Bravo and I attended that conference in Nanning in China.
That's very interesting. It creates a possibility of mining for minerals in the bamboo itself. Interesting. Good. Okay. Let me now go to the comment that was sent to us by Bob Tinsay. Congratulations for discovering bamboo as the agroforestry crop to complement the mining industry. Highly recommended is the inclusive business and inclusive growth following the business roadmap of the bamboo industry. Bamboo can be positioned for the communities on the ground, reinventing the mining industry. Thank you for that, Bob. We wholly agree with your statement. It's not a question, so we're not going to ask anybody to answer that. We have another interesting question from Juan Paulo Valoria, and it's addressed, he said, to all the panelists. Planting one kind of species has also shown to be harmful to the biodiversity of an ecosystem, as it tends to be too much of one thing. Where can we find the scientific data, as well as studies, journals that can outline how seeding bamboo can be viable for regenerative farming? Can we have one of the panelists address this? The question is it good to just plant one kind of species, or is it a must to diversify?
Yes, may I?
Who is this, sir?
Leo?
Yes.
That has always been a question posed by environmentalists, whether or not planting bamboo alone in one area is monoculture, and it doesn't promote biodiversity. However, when you plant different tree species like palcata, gemelina, and mangium in a plantation, they don't consider that as monoculture because they have different species. Now, some people say that if you plant different bamboo species, or ask the question, if you plant different bamboo species in a plantation area, like you put there tinik, giant bamboo, bayog, bolo, does that constitute monoculture or not? Because in the same reasoning as they do with the trees, they have different bamboo species planted in one area. So I still don't know, and I don't have the answer to that, whether it's monoculture or not. But there's a second part of the question, isn't it, Attorney?
Yeah.
The second part.
Where can we find scientific data as well as studies that outline how seeding bamboo can be viable for regenerative farming?
Yes. Well, I will take the regenerative farming in this context. Bamboo has been used in Africa in in combination with agricultural crops like vegetables or other annual crops as part of the agroforestry system, agro system that is used to reduce soil erosion, improve the soil condition of the area, increase production of the agricultural crops. That has been done in the Africa. I am not aware that bamboo has been used in such a system here in the Philippines. I'd like to find out if there is such an experience using bamboo in combination with agricultural crops.
Oh, that would be an interesting piece of information if we could
Yes.
get hold of it. So I appreciate if you can find it, please share it, and we will definitely circulate it among our listeners today. So thank you, sir. We have one question from James Stratton. What are the requirements?
Attorney?
Yeah, yes.
Can I also add to the previous info?
Sure.
Okay. All right. So I'll just share quickly this picture. We, in order to restore what has been mined out, so we need to focus on the original composition of the forest prior to the mining. So there's that methodology. So in the bigger scheme of things, the composition of the forest from emergent layer, canopy layer, understory layer, forest layer, we must be able to pinpoint where bamboo is located, which is in between the canopy layer and understory layer. So in terms of monocropping, all bamboo, despite the differences on the species, be it bayog, black bamboo, yellow bamboo tinik, it would still be considered monocropping because they are they act the same. And for reforestation and rehabilitation, it would still be best by mimicking what was previously there, because that is what worked inside the mining area. So I think it is a prior study before of the rapid flora, fauna, and also forest assessment should be done during the rehabilitation of the mined out area. And I think Life in Syntropy by Ernst Gosch, or Syntropic Farming by Ernst Gosch, would be a good model for this. But however, we are still looking for a bamboo agroforestry model for this, and Miyawaki method for afforestation would also be a good resource for this. So that's it.
But we have to
Can I add something, Leo?
Yeah, go ahead.
In the plantations, what they do is allocate a certain portion where they will retain the endemic species. Let's say out of every 1,000 hectares, maybe 50 or something like that. They look at the original endemic species planted, and they in fact turn it into parang recreational park or something, so that the original flora and fauna are maintained. So I don't know, the DNR can put in a requirement that for every 1,000 hectares, maybe 50 hectares should be planted back to whatever were the original in the area.
Attorney Leo, may I also add to that?
Yes, please.
Yes, in the planning of the rehabilitation of a disturbed mine area, the first assessment to be done is what are the existing vegetation in the area, because you should start with that, and then in combination with the bamboo. But you have to take a look at the ecological requirements of the different bamboo species, and match that with the ecological condition of the area. What I'd like to propose here and to recommend, because when you remove the vegetation, you affect biodiversity, including life forms. What I'm recommending is that when you develop a mined out area, even if you plant bamboo, please see to it that you also plant trees that bear fruits which provide food for fauna in the area, birds, for instance, rodents, and so on, because this will help bring back the biodiversity in the area. So, to what proportion? I don't know that yet, but what I'm saying is, let's plant this type of species that provide food for biodiversity, especially fauna in the area, birds, rodents, and so on.
I've heard someone tell me that maybe 5 to at most 10% of the plantation should be allocated precisely for endemic species to retain the biodiversity. But I'm sure the DENR-ERDB can study that and maybe require that.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Let's go to the next question. What are the requirements for soil makeup, pH, depth, drainage, etc.? How does rainfall and sunshine exposure affect growth?
Mr. Chair.
May I?
Mr. Chair.
Please, please.
Oh, sige.
The floor. Sige, sige. I can just add later. Sir, doon po sa question, ano yung parang sinagot ko na yan doon sa chat box, no? But just to reiterate, yung sa pH po is 6 in up is better, and ang kawayan po actually is mataas yung adaptability niya, no, in any kind of soil. But if you can provide the most convenience, so kailangan ho ay fertile and well drained yung soil. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
May I add?
Yes, please.
Okay.
Please go ahead.
There's a new study that has been done, not fully complete yet, but the climatic factor that really affects the growth and development of bamboo is actually temperature. Moisture is really important, but throughout the Philippines, you will find that the amount of rainfall, which is well, even in the drier areas, the amount of rainfall during the rainy season is sufficient to support the bamboo planting materials for as long as the bamboo planting materials have fully developed root system. That's a major requirement. That's why we are advocating that the planting materials should at least be 6 months old to get the root system fully developed. And as far as soil condition is concerned, sandy loam areas, fully drained, and should be a good area for bamboo. And well, there's only one species that require a lower temperature. The temperature requirements of most Philippine bamboos, except this one, is from 25 degrees to about 30 degrees centigrade average. But as far as giant bamboo, Dendrocalamus asper is concerned, it grows best at a lower temperature. That's why in Bukidnon, the species that grows very well there is giant bamboo. Giant bamboo, when planted in the almost level areas, about 0 meters above sea level up to 200, they don't grow well. I have bamboo clumps in my backyard, and the giant bamboo is not giant. It did not develop large culms. So plant giant bamboo at higher elevations, about 400, 450 to 700 meters above sea level. There are other species that can grow better above that, but as far as our commercial species concerned, we are concerned only with Dendrocalamus asper, growing at a better at lower temperatures. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Tesoro. I can confirm that because I have done some planting myself, and I planted giants at about 2,500 to 3,000 feet above sea level, and they're wild. They're really very tall. So we're doing very well. So I guess the altitude is a very important thing. We've had the discussion before, Dr. Tesoro. So while I have you there, I'm talking about the genetic timeline of
Yes,
bamboo.
yes.
Okay, I don't know whether it is whether everybody on this webinar understands this.
Yeah, explain it, sir. Explain it.
In my own words, okay, because I'm not a scientist, but I know that when you get a plant cutting and you then use that to plant bamboo in your plantation, the expected number of years of that
species.
Ask how old was the donor plant, and if that donor plant was itself a donee of another grandfather plant, how many years old was that? So in other words, if you're expecting a particular species to reach 100 years old, you have to add up all of the years of the species from the time it was a seed. So this concerns me, are probably providing planting materials that are from cuttings, and we don't even know, and we cannot tell how long their predecessor bamboo culms have been living, so that when we sell or we buy these cuttings and plant them, we don't know whether they will in fact reach the 100 years. But in fact, they might just this brings for me a concern.
Yeah.
We have to, if we are really going to grow this industry in the country, we have to come up with what I refer to as ethical planting materials, where we have certainty, almost 100% certainty of how many years when planted this particular planting material will live. And so I was wondering whether the government, whether it's the DOST, the DA, or the DNR, has considered the possibility of going into nurseries, so that when we cause planting of bamboo around the country, we have to make sure that they are sourced from sources that can guarantee the number of years that these plants can grow. Well, I guess the recommendation in my mind is, I think the government should invest in these nurseries, no, that can produce this ethical planting materials. What is your comment on that, Mr. Tesoro?
Yes, for the information of our participants, bamboo does not, most bamboo, especially our commercial bamboo species, they do not flower and seed regularly. And when they flower and seed, the clump dies. I have heard, I have not seen, but I have heard and read that in Abra alone, the species that they use for handicraft flowered, and all of the clumps died. Now, I have also heard, I have not seen, but there has been a plantation 3 years old, and the bamboos flowered and the clumps died. Most of our commercial bamboo species flower maybe about 70, 80 years we don't have any record. But like what Attorney Leo said, this is one area that we should look at. Is there a way by which we can determine the genetic age of the material? I have discussed this, Attorney Leo. I have
Yes.
discussed this with Dr. Adornado, and he is interested. Yes, go ahead, Henry.
That observation actually is a brilliant observation on the part of Attorney Leo. We had a previous conversation on that because sa puno ho kasi meron ng way to determine the age no? But I haven't seen yet or read in on the part of bamboo to determine the genetic age, no? Kasi kami po we are always advising the people or the stakeholders to choose 1 to 2 years old bamboo as source of planting materials, no? So that we can avoid yung early flowering season, flowering time or period kasi nagde-deteriorate na ho yun pag namulaklak. But having this forum or information po, siguro this is the one of the area of interest that we should look into. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I believe Attorney Leo dropped off from the meeting. If we could wait for him to get back. Sir Butch, Madarang, do you want to continue your questioning, Q&A?
Na-disconnect yata si attorney.
Drop off siya
Attorney, can I add more information regarding doon sa growth development based on our experience? Hello. Nawala.
Wala rin si Eddie Boots or somebody from the to entertain the question.
May tanong yata si Bernard eh.
Si Forrester Bawing.
hindi naman tanong pero based doon kanina sa questions na yung mag-affect ng growth development ng bamboo. Since I would like to share our experience since this our program today is in the mining areas. So actually, nagkandak po yung research po natin na 300 hectares sa Pangasinan is talagang nag-compare kami ng low soil compared to talagang mabatong-mabato. So mabuhay naman lahat yung kawayan. Although meron tayong considerations doon sa compared ng low soil at sa mabato is yung mag-affect lang ng doon growth. Mabubuhay naman pero yung maturity niya is madidelay. Now, second that will affect the growth of the bamboo is the wind velocity and wind direction. Yung masyado mong exposed doon sa wind ay nahihirapan po talagang lumaki yung kawayan. Because habang lumalaki, lalo na dito sa yung mga shooting period natin is nasa June, yung mga rainy season, ay malakas na din po yung hangin. So while na tumutubo po yung yung shoots natin at tumataas, ay sinasabayan po ng malaking hangin kaya napuputol. Yun po yung malaking problema na mag-affect ng growth development ng bamboo. So at saka sa elevations, yung sabi nila bawal yung bamboo sa from the bottom to the top is the bamboo can grow but the growth performance will affect. Mas malalakas pong tumubo at lumaki dito sa bottom and middle part. While doon sa top portion ng mountain is talagang delayed po yung growth.
Yun po yung maidagdag ko po doon sa growth development based on our experience. At ito po ay na-introduce din po namin dito yung andyan po si Director Henry. Thank you. Na-introduce po namin dito yung product ng ERDB. Ito po yung tinatawag nating mycorrhiza. So maganda din po yung performance ng mycorrhiza doon sa bamboo establishment. So I think ERDB is conducting research for this. Dumating sila sa plantation namin to examine what are the factors that will affect the growth of bamboo using mycorrhiza. That's what I can share. Thank you.
Yeah, if I may interrupt, Leo was cut off and he's trying to join us. Is Butch there still? Butch Madarang?
Yes, he's here. He's online, but I'm not sure.
Okay, well, until Leo can get back, because I've been the one that's collating the questions for him, and I send it to him via Viber. So,
Go
if
ahead.
you don't mind, I will continue asking the questions.
Go ahead.
Is that all right? I mean, all of these questions will not be lost. They will be put down, and we will no doubt be getting together and looking at all of the issues that have come up, and certainly adding to how we do our, where we go from here. Looking at where the roadmap should go, and obviously, the roadmap should go somewhere. Looking at questions that Leo raised about, how long planting material lasts. So if I could just go to my Viber. There is one here that actually he didn't get. I just sent it to him, and this relates to nickel mining areas, and it's with respect to nickel mines. Isn't it that mined out areas are ultramafic forests? Should it be called restoration if the site is only being planted with bamboo instead of returning native species back to the ultramafic forest after the site has been mined out? Sorry, you may know what ultramafic may mean. I don't. So I'm putting that question out related to nickel mining. Oh wait, Leo's back. I see him.
Yeah, I'm back. Let's finish this question. Sorry, ladies and gentlemen, I got disconnected by the internet.
Okay, so that's a question out there. So I'm just wondering, does anyone have a view on this? I mean, I think we've seen that bamboo does relate well to nickel mining areas, but I think the question here is, should it be bamboo or should it not be put back to its normal state? I guess. Anyone?
Sir Roger, this is Orlex. I think Jed is raising his hand, but I think that question was already answered a while ago. That if I remember it right, that there must be certain area that must be planted with native or indigenous species, and the rest would be the bamboo plantation.
Okay, so what you're saying is you should look at what was there before and supplement it with bamboo, basically.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, Leo, listen.
Yeah.
Leo, I'll turn it back to you.
Thank you. I have a question here from Manny Agkawili, former Vice President and Mine Manager of Philex. He says the independent bamboo planters need information on processing technology, such as engineered bamboo, and the markets for raw, semi-processed, and processed bamboo. Who do they go to? And are there financing available? Well, I guess on the question of financing, we just heard the three banking institutions talk about how much they can make available and how. But maybe the question can be on who do we go to for technologies? Is it to DNR, the OST? Who can answer that question?
May I venture to answer that?
Yes, please.
I think we heard Dr. Rico Cabangon. They have the technology for most products, and I think they have training manuals, and they also conduct training. And as far as bamboo production is concerned, that is the preparation of planting materials, nursery establishment, and plantation establishment. I think ERDB is
for the DENR.
Yeah. Also, if you have in your area, near to your area, a university that has been working on bamboo, try to find out. Maybe they have the technology that you need.
Thank you.
May I add something, Leo?
Yes, please. Yes, please, Butch.
Which is why in terms of supporting the growth in a good way, the establishment of nurseries all over the country, because they're the most reliable for planting. You will not cut short the life of the bamboo. So nurseries are very important. So I don't know, I think maybe Congressman Savellano may think of having a budget for putting up nurseries from Mindanao to Cagayan to support the planting of bamboos. In the other countries and in China, they have nurseries all over the place to make it available, because nurseries are the best source of planting material.
Yeah. Thank you, Butch. I wasn't here when we finished discussing the answers to my question, but I assume that the nurseries you're talking about are going to be providing these what I call ethical
Yes.
planting materials. No, so scientific preparation to ensure what the plant life is expected to be. When you sell something.
Okay.
Yeah.
Attorney Leo, I can also add, coming in from the market demand in the construction sector. Okay. Our pole utilization for structures, we peg it at around 10 poles per square meter. So at 10 poles per square meter, for example, you have 1,000 poles. So 1,000 poles, then utilizing 10 poles per square meter, we are able to construct a 100 square meter structure. So to get 1,000 poles production for a 10-year-old plantation, around 1 hectare is needed in order to produce 1,000 poles. So that itself is a big market. And in terms of treatment, depending on the treatment facility, maybe Robert can share the capacity of CS First Green, but some of the Hilti Foundation funded treatment facilities like Kawayan Collective in Dawin, Negros Oriental, they have a capacity of around 300 to 400 monthly. So meaning for one small project of 100 square meter construction, it would already occupy 3 months of continuous treatment production for a treatment facility that has a capacity of around 300 poles per month. So that itself, construction has a really large market for bamboo. So just construction itself, the demand for bamboo is already exhausted. So our experience in Bamboo Bootcamp, we are really looking for the sources of bamboo. It's been a difficulty for us. That's why propagation and more planting is needed. And maybe 10 years down the line, we will be able to stabilize the supply.
2 comments. Number 1, you're talking about bamboo that is used as poles to build. You're not talking about engineered bamboo.
Yeah, not
Okay,
yet.
poles.
That's
It's
only
poles.
one. That's only one market. So the other market for engineered post processing, that's with Sir Robert Palomares, and also the furniture and other so as an alternative timber. So basically you're treating bamboo as dimensionally stable through lamination.
How old should they? Okay, if you have a plantation, like many plantations haven't been harvested, and people who planted them thought they were just doing climate mitigation, right? But they weren't thinking about using the bamboo for construction. And now their farm is 20 years old or so, and now they're being asked whether they can supply poles. What is the maximum age of a pole that can be used still for construction or can no longer be used?
Okay. When in terms of construction, we use 4 to 6 year old poles for construction, because the lignification process of the bamboo, the fibers are strong, and it can already factor in compressive and tensile strengths rivaling concrete and steel, albeit a portion weaker from concrete and steel, but it's 12 times lower weight versus concrete and steel.
Did somebody else want to raise his hand?
May I add to that?
Yeah, please.
Yeah. He mentioned about lignification. In the process of development of a cellulosic materials, that includes bamboo, coconut, wood, trees. There is a lignification process, and that is one of the things that give strength to the cellulosic material. Now, as far as bamboo is concerned, observation is that, Architect Guzman said, lignification, I think, is fully done at about 3 years. And so that is also the reason why when you select poles from which you get your propagules for planting materials production, you should get those from 2 years and younger. Now, it has also been observed that beyond 7 years, 6-7 years, the bamboo begins to deteriorate. And so therefore, they should be utilized before that time. Try to observe bamboo clumps. The color of the culms indicate the age, well, to a certain degree, indicate the age. And if you observe poles that are being attacked by termites or fungi, rotting fungi, they are already beyond 6 or 7 years old. And so therefore, it is best to utilize your bamboo at 3 to 5, 6 years old.
So what should you do if you have an old plantation? You just cut it down, or
no, don't. Plantations should be managed. I mean, clumps should be managed. They should be cleaned. They should those rotting and crooked poles should be removed. This should provide some more space for the materials there. Also for space for the shoots that develop every year. So they should be those dead and rotting poles, they should be removed. Otherwise, they might infect the other poles. So,
can you use them for bamboo charcoal?
Oh, definitely.
Oh, so there's still a use.
As long as it's not yet rotten, huh?
Okay.
You can produce charcoal out of them. Very
Leo,
good material for charcoal.
Can I add something, Leo?
Sure.
I think we should bring into perspective the market. Bamboo in other countries, especially China, is still basically an internal economy matter. Of the 31 billion production in China, only 3 billion are exports dollars. I don't know if our economy can absorb so much internally. So from a policy point of view, the roadmap should target export-oriented processing technology, because I don't think we have the capacity to absorb, like I said, China, only 10% is exports. The balance of the $31 billion is internally consumed. So that's why it's very important that the target or the focus of the roadmap should be skewed to exports. Now, talking about exports, I mentioned in my talk kanina, there's a very big possibility of bamboo for biomass because of the drive away, getting away from coal. In fact, Japan has made an announcement that they will start putting biomass and replacement of coal. And the identified replacement and feed for the biomass is bamboo pellets. So that's almost limitless and very easy to manufacture, to pelletize the bamboo. Why bamboo? It's in the nature of the bamboo. What makes a fire burn so much? You add oxygen, the fire burns so much. And what does bamboo do? It releases so much oxygen. So that's why it's a natural for feed for power plants. And that is a very big export.
And to add to that, bamboo is carbon neutral. Although it turns up into smoke, while it is growing, it is absorbing all of that stuff. Coal is that rock in the ground that doesn't do anything but produce bad air when it's consumed, right? So bamboo is carbon neutral, and therefore that is why it is a better alternative to coal. No,
as a market. Yeah. I think I did not hear any mention here, although we are a member. The worldwide organization called INBAR, Institute National Network of Bamboo and Rattan. We are a member, and the ERDB is the point man for the Philippines. They have all the information, all the data, technical, scientific, marketing, exports, etc. So I think now our relationship with them should be exploited, and I'm sure Dr. Adornado, the ERDB, is in touch with them. Then that's where I get papers. I am a subscriber to an INBAR site where I get papers every now and then, doubling income in Bangladesh on bamboo, producing pellets, etc. And there's so much available information from that. I suggest that people go to that site, and the ERDB must be in contact with them. We are a member of that since 1998, the International Network of Bamboo. I'm sure.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes,
makisingit lang ako.
Yeah.
Ang tanong ko lang po sa lahat sa atin na nandito ngayon, how ready are we to plant bamboos? Kasi lahat naman sinasabi natin, nasa processing na tayo eh. If I'm going to say, in my district, I need 100,000. Do you have that?
No.
Kaya nga, so basic pa rin tayo dapat. Where are our programs? Because I've been advocating this since 2016 when I was a congressman. Lagi kong every budget hearing, yan na yung inaano ko. Magtanim muna tayo. Can you supply me with 100,000 propagules now? No, itatanim ko.
Kaya po, I hope your bill will generate the funding to create these nurseries to be run by the government, no? Because otherwise, who's going to take on the cudgels there?
Different agencies of government. Nandito na ba? If I'm going to plant 100,000, where can I get it?
I know.
That's not available, Congressman, because
kaya nga. What I'm saying now is we'll go back to basic.
Yes.
Because we cannot process if we don't have supply. Yun yung sabi niyo po kanina. So babalikan ko lang po yun. So yun lang pinupost ko na question para sa atin lahat. Thank you po. Maraming salamat sa inyo lahat.
May sagot ako dyan. While we are building up our inventory, with the little bamboo that we have, let us manufacture high-end, high-value products that can generate more income. I'll give you an example. There's a guy in Cebu who makes furniture. He buys 5,000 pesos worth of poles, makes this beautiful bed, and sells it to Angelina Jolie for $10,000. His name is Kenneth Kobunpue. Okay?
Yeah, natin si Kenneth.
That's what I'm saying. It's possible to marry a smaller supply with high value through design and well thought out use of that bamboo while we are building the
when are we going to build? Yung sinasabi niyo po, when are we going to build yung inventory? When? I want to plant now.
Apo DB, it takes 5 years to mature.
Kaya nga, I've been advocating this since 2016. It's now 2021. Nag-harvest na po tayo.
I've also been advocating in mining for quite some time.
Yeah, but, so yun ang i-post ko lang that we should address. Sa tingin ko po, basic lang kasi ako eh.
I think you are critical. You are critical, Congressman, because what we need to establish are nurseries, and only the government, I think, can do that.
But matagal ko na rin advocate nurseries, pero may naitayo na ba tayo?
Dapat may budget, Congressman.
Nasaan yung in charge natin ng DTI, yung baluyot, nasaan?
Hello, sir. I'm sorry to interrupt you, sir, but we need to wrap up the Q&A and panel discussion.
We need to end it na ba?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Sorry, sir.
I just like to make one statement, Congressman. Thailand, for the next 5 to 10 years, has budgeted $6.2 billion for bamboo planting propagation.
Again, yun ang question. Di ba?
Ayun, kumuha ng budget, Congressman.
Palabasin yung si Baluyot. Siya yung baka siya in charge dyan eh. Nasaan ba siya?
Attorney, meron po akong suggestion, Attorney.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah, I think the question was when to get those a lot of planting materials. If we need a lot of planting materials, I think the best option is to have tissue culture. We can have we have a good planting materials. This is free and pure, and they could produce a lot in just a short time. So tissue culture.
Matagal na ko na rin po naririnig yung tissue culture na yan eh. Matagal na rin po.
Yeah.
Kailangan na po siguro.
We've been hearing it for years.
Yeah, we have all the scientists in the government. We have, right? And we have the DNR or the DA or somebody's got to produce these planting materials. Is it in their radar screen? We don't know.
Wala.
So kailangan something should be done. Maybe there's time to amend your bill to ensure that that's in the radar screen. Because how can we say we're going to grow in industry when we don't even have a source of materials, planting materials? We got to figure that out. No, we can't blame the private sector for not producing the land to plant when, as you point out, there's no planting materials to put in the land, right? So I was even wondering, Mr. Cesar Cambao can plant 10,000 hectares.
May nursery siya.
Oh, he has his own nursery, thank goodness, right? But wow.
But there's no program. Walang programa.
We need a program. The beginning. We need
a government program.
Z. Yeah, we need A to Z.
May I share yung ano? May I share based din doon sa ano? Tama po si Congressman Savellano, no? Comparing to other countries na bakit mamura po yung kanilang engineered bamboo is because the full support of the government. One, government should produce quality planting stocks and distribute. Yung gagawin lang po ng initiative ng mga investors, they focus on the maintaining and while maintaining, they have the structure in developing the product and markets. Kaya po, yun po yung bilis Thailand is mabilis ng development. I saw the project of Thailand in bamboo. At yung isa din pong other governments nila, government will construct the road. Kasi yung problema po natin talaga kasi, kami po, experience namin, yung factory namin sa Pangasinan is from Iloilo, Calabarzon, as far as Leyte, doon po kami kumukuha ng raw materials. The problem is raw material is very high dito sa atin.
Kaya
We
back
cannot
to basic
compete.
tayo lahat.
Yes, we cannot compete. Kaya ito yung pinapropose din namin kasi alam niyo po maraming bamboo, totoo. Pero nasa tuktok pa ng bundok, dadalhin pa malayo sa plantation. Kaya kino-conceptualize po natin yung industrialized bamboo plantation. Ito po yung may road systems para yung gatherings pabilis papunta po sa processing. Yun po yung pinupunto din po namin dito.
That means to say a factory that's very expensive has to be right next to a plantation. Because the minute you start
factory.
Yeah, plant
first.
and then build your factory around it. Di ba?
In one city in China, in Anji, they in 1985 there are 164 factories in the plantations. Now they have 324 within the 60,000 hectare area plantation for that city alone, and they export $250 million a year. So
yeah, but Mr. Chair,
mining, no, yes sir. Mining is
sa
not
Angie
the,
kasi kakaiba yun eh. Because even the rice fields, wala nang palay doon. Kawayan na tinatanim nila.
Yeah, that's why Mr. Congressman, it has to be a government policy.
Yusik Jim will speak first, so we need to wrap up.
Okay, yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah, the Q&A is
thank you,
very
Mr. Chair.
exciting. Okay.
Thank you.
I'm sorry to those who fielded questions that we are unable to ask, but we will keep them on record and make sure that in a future interaction, maybe a future summit, we will ask those questions. So, and I hope there will be more, because obviously we need more interaction and more conversation, because we have so many unanswered issues. Okay. According to my notes, once I close the Q&A, we will transition to the issues of the mining sector on bamboo. Is this about the time that we talk about the Menti?
Yes,
Job,
yes, sir.
Job, are you ready
Yes.
to flash that Menti process?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. John, please share the ventilator.
Okay. According to this chart, the biggest concern is ground failure. Many people have identified ground failure as the main problem. But I think by ground failure, they probably mean land. Where do we get the land to plant it? What's next? I guess the next outer ring would be, what would be? Ignorance versus knowledge. Unfamiliarity, etc. I guess we're talking about, we're still at that very nascent stage when many people out there still don't understand how to plant bamboo, which gives us an opportunity to really work on this problem and get as much information out there. And thanks to the various government programs that are out there to teach people, and of course the boot camp. I think we should have more boot camps. There and up there, I see lack of bamboo seedling. Yeah, we've talked ourselves blue in the face on that already. Lack of research. Well, yeah, that's definitely a problem. And maybe Congressman Savellano, when we get the budget and that law is passed, we can address a lot of these issues. And it's lack of research, education, nurseries, okay, that will be run by government, who have all the scientists that can ensure that we have what I call ethical planting materials. Available land area, that's ground failure, quality bamboo seedling. So what I'm seeing here is really hectareage, education, the need for nurseries to provide good bamboo seedlings all over the country. I guess those are, like, I would say, the top three. Now, there's a question of market, and one of the things I have in mind when we're talking about the mining communities, okay, they are going to be the beneficiaries of the bamboo that's being planted, and then it is hoped that beyond the mine life, they will continue to be harvesting the bamboo that was planted during the life of the mine, and that they will have, during the life of the mine, thank you to the SDMP, been provided the training to teach them how to use the bamboo to create high-value products. Now, there's a role for the DTI to play. The DTI should find out what the global market needs, okay? Or even the domestic market, what are their needs? What products are needed that will draw, you know, good income for the manufacturers locally? Feed that back to industry here, including the mining communities. Okay, the Scandinavian countries are looking for this type of product. So we are going to now work with you. We are going to use our design center of the Philippines to design the product. And then we will use our resources to teach the communities how to make these products properly, and therefore enable them to produce high-value products that can be exported. Or if you don't want to go that far, at least to do the preliminary production that can be fed to factories beyond the mining areas to produce specific products that are required by a foreign market. Let's not invent products that we're not sure we can sell. Let's not waste our time. But it is the job of the DTI with all of its capabilities to actually find out what those products are. So that's one of the specific things that can be brought to the table to ensure that the mining communities don't waste their time, that they are actually trained for specific purposes, that there is an end in mind. The end in mind is that market, and the skills needed will be identified. And because we already have the roadmap and we have all identified all the sources of education as far as training, and it's all of it. It can be TESDA, it can be somebody, some people, to then deploy them in these communities to teach them how to make those products. Who will pay for that? SDMP. That's what the mining companies are providing. So all of these teachers and consultants are going to get paid. And as far as the mining companies are concerned, you know, working with bamboo is not their core expertise. It's mining. But if the government agencies are with the capabilities are willing to provide all of those inputs to help that mining community, there's SDMP money to pay for that as long as it's done properly. So when I talk about collaboration, we're talking about how each agency, government agency, can provide the specific needs of the mining communities to become social enterprises, to become manufacturers of products that have been identified with markets. Let's not make keychains. Let's make Kevin Cobanque beds, you know. Anyway, I guess that's all I have to say, unless people want to add to that discussion that relates to the thought cloud that came up. Does anybody wish to comment?
May I say something?
Sure.
Yeah, I just want to go back to your example of Kenneth and the 5,000 pesos worth of material that is already off the shelf. Okay, so yes, you're saying plant with the end in mind, plant bamboo with the end in mind, but actually are also designing with bamboo with the end in mind. And so he's not waiting around for bamboo to grow so he can do his chairs. He's already bought existing bamboo stalks or stems or strips and has created this $10,000 furniture from existing bamboo material. And that is an example that can go on and on throughout the mining industry and anywhere else where there is already existing bamboo material at a certain fixed price out there with which to design and create niche, high-end products, right? With the aid of DTI, these can find a market. So I'm just sort of wanting to dovetail and put another side to what you're saying. Thank you. I hope that was helpful.
Thank you. Thank you. And of course, the contributions that the DOSD can make, etc., with, I guess, what we need scientists for and so on. Okay, so at this point, we're running out of time, so I'd like to close this discussion. But certainly, I think we have identified a lot of loose ends that we can address in future interactions, whether it is simply during the PBIDC meetings or when we plan for the next summit. And I think that we should continue the process so that we got something going. We can actually, at the end of the day, move the mining industry forward as far as its abilities to contribute to the actualization of our bamboo roadmap. And whatever is done for the mining industry can clearly be done for all other industries. You know, one question I have, and I addressed this to the DNR. There has been a program to plant. Okay, my question is, what has been done to connect all that planting with people? What is there a program that is focused on those 100,000 hectares that have been planted by the DNR with people, so that they can develop social enterprise and industries? I don't know where that is, but maybe that's something that we can talk about, because I can understand how the planting process began, because we had a climate change commitment to plant. So plant. But what was really the end in mind? Are we going to use the materials to actually feed into an engine of made up of cooperatives and people who need the livelihood to produce products that have been identified by the DTI to generate real value? There's so much we need to do and can do that has to be addressed. We have to have the end in mind very clear. That's what I'm talking about. We cannot just plant for the sake of planting. Now, at the end of the day, we've just heard, if you planted 100,000 hectares and leave it alone, great, you got clean air. But when you want to start using that bamboo to make things, suddenly they're useless because they're too old. Nobody ever thought about, utilizing the bamboo poles when they were best, when their best use was available between 3 to 6 years. So we really have a lot to do, Congressman DV, and I agree with you. There's still so much to do, and I think we really need to put our heads together. And I hope that we can carry on this conversation until we get somewhere. And we're hoping that that bill gets passed, so that somehow there's going to be a budget to get some of the elements that are required to move this forward paid for. Okay. At this point, I'm sorry that we have to cut this off because of time constraints, but I now have the pleasure of calling on our DNR Undersecretary for Mining and Muslim Affairs, Jim Sampulna, to give us our closing remarks.
Thank you very much.
Sampulna. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Attorney Leo.
Thank you.
My greetings to Secretary Cimatu, Secretary Lopez, and especially Congressman Savellano, who is with us, my colleague in the DNR, Director Moncano and Director Adornado, our mining industry, and other bamboo enthusiasts. Good evening na atay. Good evening. At the outset, allow me to commend and express my profound gratitude to the Philippine Bamboo Industry Development Council for spearheading this event and for successfully bringing together key bamboo stakeholders, both from the government and private sector, to share ideas, harmonize key important and discuss possible strategies with the main goal of developing the Philippine bamboo industry. My salute to Deputy Speaker Deogracias, Victor Savellano, the Vice Chair, for inviting me in this occasion. Also to the PBIDC Executive Director, Rene Madarang, who is celebrating his birthday today. Let me take this opportunity also to extend my heartfelt thanks to all various stakeholders, most especially our very engaging speakers, in the likes of Dr. Tesoro, who shared with us very important information on bamboo industry. As presented by Director Moncano of the Mines and Geosciences Bureau in an earlier discussion, despite the relatively short period of time since the DENR has launched the bamboo plantation program, we, together with our partners in the mining industry, have achieved significant progress on promotion and establishment of bamboo plantation in mining areas. This program is like hitting many birds, as the previous speaker was talking, with one stone, as we not only get to achieve improved rehabilitation effort in the shortest span of time, owing to bamboo being one of the fastest growing species, but this provides an avenue for our mining communities to establish additional sustainable livelihood or income generating activities through the integration of bamboo plantation in the program in the mining companies. Social Development and Management Program, SDMP. The mining industry gets to play an important role in developing a strong bamboo industry value chain, not only through the production and manufacturing of high-value bamboo products by our mining communities, but by providing much-needed bamboo raw materials for other sectors, which are sourced from the established bamboo plantations. We are positive that this effort from our partners in the mining industry will indeed help reinvent mining as envisioned by Secretary Cimatu as a social enterprise and alter the public negative perception of the industry in general. Cognizant of the fact that the potential for bamboo is limitless, today we have witnessed representatives from various sectors working together by willingly and enthusiastically sharing their expertise on different areas such as research, environment, livelihood options, and technologies, processing, business, management, and even finance were discussed, with one unifying goal in mind: to explore and maximize the limitless potential of bamboo, not only as a tool for rehabilitation of climate change mitigation, but as a tool to help in poverty alleviation by generating more economic opportunities for the people, especially in our post-pandemic recovery. This is just the start of a long, fruitful partnership among us here. We still have a long way to go in terms of achieving our goal, and we believe that the success of this undertaking rests on our collective efforts. We are looking forward to working with all of you in this collaborative endeavor as we remain steadfast in our commitment towards a sustainable management of our natural resources for inclusive progress. Rest be assured, ladies and gentlemen, of the undying commitment and support of the DENR under the strong leadership of Secretary Roy A. Cimatu for bamboo industry, not only in mining areas but in our NGP areas. Dagang salamat and bambuhay.
Daghang salamat, Yusek Sampulna. Thank you very much. Next, may we please call on the PBIDC Executive Committee Chair and DTI Regional Operations Group Undersecretary Blesila Lantayona for her closing remarks.
It is with great honor and pleasure to be invited to this webinar on bamboo economics and initiatives of the mining industry. As we are nearing World Bamboo Day on the 18th of September, we launched this activity initiated by the Philippine Bamboo Industry Development Council, which is chaired by no less than the DTI Secretary, Ramon Lopez, in partnership with the Philippine Mining Club, DNR Mines and Geosciences Bureau, and the Bamboo Professionals Incorporated. It is indeed timely and strategic platform to gather industry experts as well as stakeholders to discuss the significance of bamboo and the development of sustainable mining communities in the country. Today, we have heard the messages of support. We have also heard from lead government agencies their implementation updates on bamboo-related programs in relation to the mining industry. We also had sharing of experiences and cases from the different companies in the Philippine mining community. This webinar has indeed served as a venue to present and discuss ideas, concepts, and recommendations from both the government and private sector to better achieve the goals of bamboo economics. We have also noted some of the programs that have been initiated and implemented towards sustainable bamboo industry, more particularly in the mining communities. While mining contributes to economic development, particularly in creating economic activities, it has always been perceived to be destructive. Thus, there were efforts made to rehabilitate these areas with bamboo as key player. For example, the September 2019 MGB memorandum instructed all contractors, permit holders, and permittees to establish and maintain bamboo plantation equivalent to 10% of the mined out areas. In October 19, DNR and DTI launched during the Manila Fame the Bamboo Initiative, which is a nationwide campaign aimed to revegetate mined out areas with fast-growing bamboo trees. The June 2020 MGB memorandum, on the other hand, called for the establishment of bamboo plantation in the contract permit areas of contractors, permit holders, and permittees. The July 2021 MGB memorandum instructed all MGB regional offices to consult with the mining companies on the realistic and doable commitments for the establishment of bamboo plantation. The PBIDC, with DTI Secretary as chair and its entire membership composed of key government agencies, namely DNR, the Department of Agriculture, DOST, DOLE, and DepEd, and the private sector, renews its support and commitment to promote and develop the Philippine bamboo industry. It is mandated to provide the overall policy and program directions for all bamboo stakeholders in the entire bamboo industry value chain. At this point, we reiterate the critical nationwide network of institutions designed to move the Philippine bamboo industry. First, of course, we have the PBIDC, which is a public-private partnership, which was created by virtue of Executive Order number 879. We also have the Industry Cluster Enhancement Project Management Office, which is headed by Assistant Secretary Asteria Caberte and based at the DTI Regional Operations Group Head Office. Then we have the DTI National Industry Cluster Coordinator with DTI Region 3 Regional Director Lenny Baluyot as the designated DTI NICC. And of course, we have the regional and provincial bamboo industry development councils and TWGs. These are interagency in nature and based in the regions and provinces with membership closely mimicking the membership of the Philippine Bamboo Industry Development Council. Together, these institutions work for the issuance of enabling policies and programs for the industry, including the declaration of bamboo as a high-value crop by the Department of Agriculture. And this was announced by DA during the February 6, 2020 PBIDC meeting. During the initial review of the roadmap in April of 2021, the bamboo stakeholders came up with an updated short-term operational plan for 2021 to 2022. Priority products for specific markets were identified, and this include bamboo as raw materials for furniture and furnishings, sawali and engineered bamboo for the construction industry, toothbrush, face shield, bamboo shoots, toothpick, barbecue sticks, and straws for household and domestic market. And of course, there is the yarn for the Weavers Association. Across the country, 15 regions have also submitted partial profiles of enterprises enrolled in the bamboo industry clusters. There are also 38 active provincial, regional, and city bamboo councils, and 8 regions have actually undertaken localization activities to cascade the goals and realigned strategies taken from the roadmap review. Finally, let me announce that PBIDC prioritizes the establishment of the Electronic National Bamboo Database, which takes into consideration the importance of having available and easily accessible information on the Philippine bamboo industry for planning, decision-making, and for other purposes. All these moves are geared towards supporting the development and promotion of the bamboo supply and value chain. At this juncture, I thank our partners in PBIDC, Philippine Mining Club, DENR-MGB, Bamboo Professionals Incorporated, Congressman D.V. Savellano, and Mr. Butch Madarang for coming up with this webinar. Our PBIDC Chair, DTI Secretary Ramon Lopez, DNR, DA, DOST, DOLE, DepEd, LMP, PCCI, PhilExport, the Philippine Bamboo Foundation Incorporated, and the Bamboo Professionals Incorporated. Of course, the DTI contingent for the support that you have been extending to the industry, our prime movers and key industry players from the private sector, the bamboo growers, the bamboo processors, and our local government units for the continued advocacy to propagate bamboo and establish nurseries and plantations in various sites in the country. This is only the beginning of the World Bamboo Day celebrations. The PBIDC and all 16 regions have several activities lined up within the month. On this note, Let me thank everyone for your active participation to this webinar. Mabuhay ang kawayan!
Thank you very much, Yusek Bless Lantayona, for these wonderful closing remarks. Thank you to everyone who joined us this afternoon. We hope that both the mining and the bamboo industry have gained insights from each other, from the different speakers and in our discussion earlier. But before we bring the summit to a close, may I present a summary of to-dos that have arisen from our discussions today. And they are on my list. We need nurseries that can produce ethical planting materials. And we need the government to provide the nurseries, whether it be the DNR, the DA, the DOST, or all of them combined. We're looking to you to make sure that we have ethical planting materials so that we can really grow this industry. And we have identified the need to get the DTI involved to help find us markets, identify products that are needed in those markets here and abroad. And then finally, using the bamboo roadmap, use the resources available to provide the training to the mining communities to manufacture those products that have been identified, so that there's always a vision of where we're going and not just plant and then hope everything falls into place. We have to see it through. And for this collaboration to work, we really need to identify what each member of the collaboration, all the government agencies, the DNR, DTI, DOST, DOLE, DA, can contribute, as well as, of course, that the mining industry itself can contribute. They're contributing the funding, they're contributing their mining communities. But we need for this to happen, for us to be able to really change the conversation about mining, to reinvent mining, we need everybody to collaborate and contribute specific tasks to ensure that we reach our objective. So today we have started a very interesting conversation, and we need to continue this conversation. We hope that we can organize another of these sessions to follow through with a lot of the issues that have been sort of identified and still need to be addressed and discussed. And we hope that the bills that our Deputy Speaker Savellano has filed get approved, and that approval will inject a much needed, very much needed things. Okay, I can't find a better word, to make sure that we can move forward productively to create a robust mining. I'm sorry, not just mining, but bamboo industry with the help of the mining industry. And lastly, there's been identified the need for more education. We really need to educate more people about what we're talking about here in the developing the mining industry. We have the resources, but maybe the funding that's going to come out of the law when it is passed will help fuel this process. So it's a start, but we cannot, there's nowhere we're going to go if all we do is the same thing. We really have to move forward and improve the way we're doing things. So on that note, I would like to say happy birthday to our ED of the Philippine Bamboo Industry Development Council, Butch Madarang. It's in my notes. It was given to me here. We have to say happy birthday to you. So happy birthday, Butch, and thank you for spearheading the organization of this summit. Our next events from the Philippine Mining Club and the Philippine Bamboo Industry Development Council in the coming weeks or the near future will be announced on our numerous social media platforms and in our newsletters. Thank you all for being here today and for the continued support of the Philippine Mining Club. You may now turn on your cameras for a photo op.